Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by lazycatkami on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, blinking as he tried to take in his surroundings. Everything felt dry. His mouth, his skin, even his eyes. He looked ahead with a mix of excitement and disbelief, confirming his worst fears. His house was ablaze, a smoldering silhouette against the dark night sky. The sounds of urgency from the neighbors filled the air as they rushed to evacuate and call for help. Sirens echoed from a distance, and he picked himself up from the grassy lawn, brushing off the ash and dirt that clung to his pajama briefs. As he continued to stare at the flames consuming his home, a conflicted expression crossed his face, but it quickly transformed into a wide smile. In that moment, he let out a quiet laugh that grew into hysterical fits, tears streaming down his cheeks. Looking up at the inferno, he whispered to the night, feeling a strange sense of victory. The structure crumbled, and he laughed harder, tears of joy mingling with the ash around him. He remained there, lost in his emotions until the paramedics and firefighters arrived. Someone approached him, speaking softly, trying to coax him toward the ambulance while the firefighters worked to control the blaze. A gentle hand checked his pulse before placing an oxygen mask over his face, providing a sense of relief. He allowed himself to be led away from the chaos, still crying joyful tears as they drove to the hospital. Throughout the ride, a kind hand rubbed his back, offering comfort as he continued to weep. The paramedics had received the call about the fire in the neighborhood at 1 a.m., and they moved swiftly to respond. Upon arrival, they spotted a young boy, around 6 or 7 years old, sitting in front of his burning home, tears streaming down his face. His green hair was disheveled, and his eyes appeared dull and filled with sorrow. One of the paramedics rushed to his side, offering comforting words and gently encouraging him to get into the ambulance. The boy remained hunched over, lost in his grief. After a quick assessment, the paramedic confirmed that the boy had no life-threatening injuries. He placed an oxygen mask over the child's face and, seeing that he was stable, helped him to his feet and guided him into the ambulance. There was no need for a stretcher. Instead, he settled the boy into a seat and buckled him in, rubbing his back as sobs continued to shake his small frame. The paramedic hoped for the boy's sake that his parents had survived, but the scene suggested otherwise. He silently prayed for a miracle. Once in the emergency room, a nurse fussed over Izuku, checking various equipment before stepping out for a moment. He sat on a chair, hesitant to dirty the white sheets of the bed, waiting for a doctor. The door opened, and a doctor entered, her name tag reading Fujisake Misaki. She informed him that he had escaped the fire but needed to check for any damage to his lungs or breathing. He nodded silently in response. The doctor asked if there was anywhere that hurt, and he pointed to his chest. After a brief examination with her stethoscope, she noted some throat irritation and a slight wheeze, but assured him that his heart was fine. She explained that he would need to stay in the hospital for a few days to recover, emphasizing the importance of hydration and using a humidifier to ease his breathing. She also suggested saltwater gargles and eye drops for his irritation. Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of relief as the doctor left the room to call in a nurse. The nurse returned, informing him that they would be moving him to a different patient ward. He followed her to another room, which included a bathroom with a shower. She promised to bring back his eye drops, cough drops, salt, and a humidifier before leaving. Once alone, he quickly removed his soiled clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the warm water cascade over him. As he stood there, memories flooded back. His parents asleep as he had doused the house in alcohol and oils before igniting it. He had escaped just before the flames erupted. A laugh escaped him, a mix of anger and relief, as he cleaned himself. After drying off, he slipped into a clean hospital gown and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. An idea struck him as he picked up the clipboard the nurse had left at the foot of the bed. It contained his information: his name, Izuku Midoriya, his age of 10, and details about his parents. Boredom washed over him, and he flopped back onto the bed, staring up at the white ceiling and bright lights. A sense of relief enveloped him. He had escaped. As Izuku traced the scars on his body, he reminded himself that he had escaped his past. 4 years had passed since those dark days. Growing up in an abusive environment had instilled in him a high tolerance for pain. After turning 4, his father had neglected him, often choosing to stay away in hotels or with other women. His mother, aware of the situation, grew increasingly resentful after he was diagnosed as quirkless. She believed that his lack of a quirk was the reason for his father's disdain and her own unhappiness. Initially, she had hoped that he might still become useful to her, but as time went on, her denial faded and neglect took its toll. One fateful night when he was 5, Izuku awoke to find his mother looming over him, tears streaming down her face as she held a knife. Startled, he called out to her softly and she froze, muttering about her regrets. In that moment, the knife accidentally cut the tip of his finger, but he was fortunate. It healed, leaving only a slightly crooked finger as a reminder. After that incident, his mother shifted her focus from physical violence to emotional and mental abuse. She would go silent for weeks, ignoring his existence, forcing him to fend for himself. On other days, she would unleash her anger, blaming him for her pain while crying uncontrollably. She often questioned the worth of his existence, and when she was in a particularly dark mood, she would throw objects at him, sometimes even locking him in a closet while she cried on the other side, laughing and calling him a mistake. As her behavior escalated, she began to inflict more serious harm, claiming that he deserved it and that it was his purpose in life. His father occasionally returned home, but by the time Izuku turned 10, he had endured enough. In a moment of desperation, he set the house ablaze, hoping to rid himself of the torment. When the firefighters found the charred remains, he felt a twisted sense of relief. Afterward, he was placed in an orphanage where the adults ignored him and the other children bullied him. For 2 more years, he endured this treatment, accumulating new scars from the quirks of his tormentors. Finally, at 12, he decided to escape. Burning down the orphanage seemed too risky, especially since he had already been labeled a survivor of a fire. He had cleverly disguised the cause of the previous fire as a faulty gas leak, having tampered with the gas pipe beforehand. Now, 2 years later, he had found some semblance of peace in an abandoned warehouse, living off the few belongings he had managed to steal from the orphanage. Although he was not legally allowed to work until he turned 15, he found under-the-table jobs that paid in cash, allowing him to survive. One such job involved cleaning a family-owned factory during the night, earning him a decent wage without questions asked. He felt grateful to the family for giving him a chance when no one else would. With his earnings, he managed to keep food on the table while studying during the day. Eventually, he saved enough to buy a computer and a phone, hacking into various internet servers to secure his own protected connection. It took weeks of effort, but he succeeded in creating a system that kept him hidden from prying eyes. Life began to stabilize, and he caught up with his studies, even surpassing what he would have learned in school. One spring afternoon, while returning from a convenience store, he was suddenly attacked by a villain. He had anticipated such an encounter. In this city, nearly 1 in 3 people had faced a villain at some point in their lives. The sludge villain emerged from a manhole as the protagonist crossed beneath a bridge, finding the area deserted. He pulled the protagonist deeper into the shadows, covering one of their mouths with a slimy limb. The villain expressed his excitement about finding a smaller body, lamenting how difficult it was to find one that fit his preferences. He rambled on, while the protagonist leaned comfortably against the wall, indifferent as long as their food remained intact and edible. The villain asked if the protagonist was listening, to which they nodded. He then inquired whether the protagonist wanted to let him take over or if he should simply end their life and assume control of their body. The protagonist shrugged, prompting the villain to question if they were feeling suicidal. The villain loosened his grip slightly, allowing the protagonist to speak a bit more freely. They admitted to not really feeling that way, but acknowledged a sense of boredom with life. The villain, sensing an opportunity for connection, released the protagonist completely and suggested that talking might help. He mentioned that he could always find another body, perhaps one of medium size. The protagonist laughed as they slid to the ground, watching the sludge melt into a small puddle beside them. They expressed gratitude for being let go, and the villain shared that everyone has their problems, admitting he just wasn't in the mood for an extra small body today. After a moment of silence, the protagonist began to share their story, feeling a strange sense of understanding from the villain. They revealed they were quirkless and recounted how their father had deemed them useless, spending his time away from home and their mother. The protagonist described their mother's initial confusion and eventual coldness, treating them as a punching bag for her frustrations. They reflected on the scars left behind and how they had eventually left their family behind, seeking refuge in an orphanage that turned out to be just as bleak. They had run away and managed to survive on their own until encountering the villain. The villain acknowledged the darkness of the protagonist's tale, moving closer and forming a blob-like shape to awkwardly pat them. He remarked that even he, as a villain, would never treat his own child that way. The protagonist looked up at the bridge with a bitter laugh, reminiscing about their childhood aspiration to be a hero like their father or All Might. They expressed frustration that heroes claimed to save people but never seemed to help those like them. No matter where they went, they felt an invisible barrier separating them from friendships and family. They had approached many heroes, seeking to change the system for quirkless individuals, but nothing ever changed. The villain then shared a piece of his own story, explaining that he had been ostracized after developing his quirk, which caused his body to become formless. He recounted a moment from his childhood when he tried to help an elderly woman cross the street but was labeled a villain when she didn't wake up after he used his ability. He had only wanted to help, but instead faced years in jail for what was deemed murder. He lamented that he had never been allowed to train his quirk, which led to misunderstandings about his abilities. In jail, he resolved to stop trying to fit in, realizing there was no point in pretending to be normal. The protagonist sighed, reflecting on their past longing to be a hero, someone reliable and trustworthy. However, they concluded that they didn't need to be a hero if those in need were overlooked. The villain offered a perspective, suggesting that while villains might seem bad, they were often just people trying to navigate a world that didn't accept them. He wished the protagonist well, apologizing for his brief visit, as he had to leave to find a new body for sustenance. As the villain sank back into his manhole, the protagonist remained, deep in thought and laughter. They realized the truth in the villain's words. They were different, perhaps even monstrous in the eyes of heroes. They questioned why they had been trying to fit in and pretend everything was normal. With a newfound clarity, they acknowledged that they never truly wanted to be a hero, understanding that heroes wouldn't save them. Laughter bubbled up until tears formed in the corners of Izuku's bright radioactive green eyes as he examined his hands. He reminded himself that he was just playing a role, that he was normal, and this was all part of the game. With 11 months left until he could enroll in UA, Izuku pondered his motivations. After an enlightening conversation with a slime monster while carrying groceries home, he realized that life and death mattered little to him as long as he could have fun. What could be more entertaining than tormenting his childhood friend turned bully, Katsuki Bakugo? They had been friends since early childhood, but everything changed when Katsuki discovered Izuku was quirkless. The strain on their families led to a rift, and once school started, Katsuki became a source of both physical and emotional torment. Izuku considered his options. He had already dealt with his parents and found the orphanage kids to be more trouble than they were worth. So, he decided to focus on Bakugo. Some might call him a villain, but he was simply tired of boredom. He had 11 months to devise a plan, to test his limits, and to outsmart those who underestimated him. Perched atop an apartment rooftop, Izuku waited for his target to arrive home. It was the second day he had followed this man, who he suspected had committed a terrible act the night before. He had seen the aftermath and had tried to help the victim, but she had been understandably wary of him. Now, he was determined to make the man pay for his actions. As the man approached the side entrance, whistling as he fumbled with his keys, Izuku dropped down silently, his green eyes fixed on the target. With a swift motion, he injected the man with a powerful anesthetic, ensuring he would lose consciousness quickly. Izuku secured the man and dragged him to a cart he had prepared, a simple grocery cart that would serve his purpose well. He carefully positioned the man inside, making sure he was compact enough to fit. Once outside, Izuku swiped the man's apartment keys, planning to explore later. He returned to his warehouse, where he tied the man to a metal pole in an uncomfortable position. Around him were 5 other individuals, all restrained and awaiting their fate. Some were cheaters, others abusive. They were all perfect subjects for his experiments. As he hummed to himself, he began his work. 5 months later, after testing on 30 subjects and dealing with the aftermath, Izuku finally achieved the results he sought. He had discovered the optimal balance of speed, strength, agility, and flexibility, realizing that a good muscle-to-weight ratio was essential. He also found a substance that provided a significant energy boost, enhancing his natural abilities. With the remaining subjects disposed of, Izuku embraced his role as a villain. One day, while on a rooftop, he was spotted by pro heroes as he swung someone down into an alley. The impact caused a commotion, and one of the heroes reacted violently to the scene. Izuku's eyes glowed brighter as he reveled in their horror, laughing at the chaos he had created. He taunted the heroes, claiming he was merely doing their job for them, cleaning up society's trash. They stared in disbelief as he continued, suggesting that they should be grateful for his efforts. Leaning over the edge, he hissed that they needed to stop creating villains like him. With a casual farewell, he walked away, returning to his warehouse to inject himself with the energy-boosting substance. As the effects took hold, he felt invigorated, ready to continue his path of chaos. For the past 5 months, I had been training my body, resulting in a toned yet slim physique. A laugh escaped me as I flexed my fingers, feeling exhilarated. This was far better than any quirk I could have developed. I smiled again, though the only downside was that my eyes tended to glow a bit brighter than usual, but contacts could easily remedy that. With a chuckle, I prepared to face 𝐾𝐿. As the UA application date approached, I dedicated myself to preparation. To an outsider, it would seem I was desperate to become a hero. I earned money through cleaning, practiced fighting, and even participated in underground matches. I had taken down more than a few opponents and claimed their money, simply to stave off boredom. My studies intensified, and finally, the day of the exams arrived. I woke early at 7 a.m. after only 2 hours of sleep, stretching to shake off the grogginess. I stumbled to the kettle and stove in my warehouse, boiling some water. The warehouse was spacious, with a small storage room serving as my living area, complete with a bed, a stove connected to a generator, and a mini fridge. Old desks cluttered with computers lined the walls, and a pile of notes sat in one corner. I poured myself a cup of instant coffee before searching for an outfit. I chose a brown jacket over a white t-shirt and some baggy jeans, using a mirror and a tank of water over a tub. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I took a quick sip of coffee, wincing as it burned my tongue. I applied basic makeup, using concealer to hide my freckles and dark circles. I slipped on brown contacts and quickly dyed my hair brown. A beanie covered my fluffy hair, and I donned a pair of fake glasses before grabbing my black boots and shoulder bag. I gulped down the rest of my coffee and dashed out the door. It was around 8:30 when I left, with exams starting at 9:15 at UA. I made sure to bring my phone, wallet, some notebooks, and a bottle of water as I set off. 2 nights prior, I had created a new identity for myself since Izuku was considered missing and most likely dead. My new name was 𝐿𝐿𝐴 𝐾𝐿𝐬, sharing a birthday with Izuku for convenience, as having the same birthday as a missing person seemed normal enough. Upon stepping through the gates of UA, I paused to take a deep breath, calming my nerves. A cheerful voice called out from behind me, asking if I was nervous. I turned to see a spiky-haired boy grinning at me with sharp teeth. He seemed friendly and I shyly laughed, ducking my head. I wasn't nervous, I was merely trying to adjust my personality and slip into my innocent act. It was just a normal part of reinventing myself. The boy reassured me that I would do fine and that I looked like a strong guy. He rambled on about how being nervous was manly, and then awkwardly introduced himself as 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐬 𝐼𝐺𝐬. I rolled my eyes internally. I wasn't there to make friends, but if it helped my cover, I could play along. I introduced myself as 𝐿𝐴 𝐾𝐿𝐬, forcing a sickly smile. This new personality was grating on me, but the reactions I received would be worth it. Kirishima exclaimed that my name was manly and wished me luck on the exams before moving on. I shook my head, amused by the naivety of people these days. Continuing on, I overheard a group of girls discussing a new villain. They mentioned that bodies had been found all over the city, with a kill count rising to 50. The killer targeted those who had committed wrongs, earning the nickname the Twisted Reaper. I smirked internally. While the name was a bit cliché, I was too busy to think of something better. I walked past the girls and entered the main hall, taking a seat at a desk. Soon, the seats filled up, with a bird-like boy to my right and a French boy to my left. I ignored them, pulling out my notebook and pretending to draw, acting shy. 15 minutes later, Present Mike stepped onto the stage, and I had already sketched a rough image of someone smiling maniacally before slamming my notebook shut. I had pretended a bit too well. I turned my attention to the loud pro hero addressing the audience of about 300 people, knowing that only 40 would be accepted into the hero course, with another 60 going to general education. Thousands had applied, but only those present were chosen for the exam. Present Mike's enthusiastic greeting captured everyone's attention, and he explained the structure of the exam. I feigned excitement, muttering random facts about him until I noticed others looking at me oddly, prompting me to stop with a faux blush. He announced that there would be a written exam followed by a practical test, and based on our results, we might be accepted into the school. Ectoplasm clones began distributing exam forms and pencils. The test consisted of around 450 questions covering basic laws and school topics. I completed the test in an hour and a half, shuffling in my seat and pretending to be anxious as I checked my answers repeatedly. A girl with dark hair in a ponytail stood up to turn in her exam, causing a sharp intake of breath from the other students in awe. I waited a bit longer until a boy with navy blue hair and rectangular glasses also submitted his exam. After waiting a little longer, the protagonists stood up, pretending to be fidgety and nervous, despite knowing they had scored a solid 88% on the exam. They could have achieved a perfect score, but they intentionally missed a few questions. The highest score in the class was a 100%, achieved by Nizu, the only student to reach that mark. The next highest score was 95%, so an 88% would be good but not overly impressive. After submitting the test, the protagonist shuffled out of the main hall and wandered around the campus until they bought another cup of coffee from a vending machine. About an hour later, all tests were turned in, and Present Mike introduced the next exam, the practical test. Present Mike explained that points would be earned by defeating robots, with 3-point robots worth 3 points and 0-point robots worth none. He warned that the 0-point robots were indestructible and should not be engaged. Ectoplasm and his clones distributed devices to attach to their shoulders to track scores. After leading the examinees to a gate before a small city, Present Mike shouted for them to begin, and the gates opened, allowing 300 contestants to rush into the city. The protagonist, being one of the last to enter, recalled psychological studies indicating that people tend to gravitate toward the right and stay near entrances, or crowded areas for a sense of safety. To avoid the crowd, they headed to the left side of the city, as far from the entrance as possible. Although they were more accustomed to observing from rooftops due to their late-night activities, they chose to remain on the street to maintain their image. They encountered a 1-point robot, which they swiftly disabled by cutting its wires and joints before efficiently dismantling it. The protagonist took down 2 3-point robots, 4 2-point robots, and 5 1-point robots in a similar manner. Spotting another 3-point robot in a dark alley, they dashed forward, attaching a bomb to it before using the wall to flip over and evade its swinging arms. They landed safely on the other side and rolled away just before the bomb detonated, showering the area with bits of robot and oil. Pulling an umbrella from their bag, they opened it to shield themselves from the debris, noting their score was now at 22 points. As the 45-minute alarm rang, the protagonist managed to find 3 more 2-point robots, 2 additional 3-point robots, and 1 more 1-point robot before heading back to the entrance. This brought their total to 5 3-point robots, 6 2-point robots, and 6 1-point robots. After calculating their score, they found they had earned a total of 33 points, feeling satisfied since the average score was around. They hadn't pushed themselves too hard, wanting to remain inconspicuous. By the time they returned home at 2:30, they removed their makeup and contacts before taking a 3-hour nap, preparing for their underground job later that day. 2 weeks passed until the school year concluded, and acceptance letters for UA were sent out. The protagonist received theirs at the apartment of one of their test subjects, having stealthily acquired the keys. Upon returning to their small room in the warehouse, they opened the letter to find a holographic device that activated, displaying All Might. The protagonist winced, recalling their previous encounter with him when they had asked about becoming a hero. All Might had suggested they might be better suited for a different path, leaving them feeling discouraged. Despite the initial sting of rejection, they had grown past it. All Might announced their acceptance into UA's hero course, ranking 11th out of 20 students. The protagonist tucked the device back into the envelope and stored it away, satisfied with their average placement. As the time passed, they prepared to don their school uniform, which had been shipped to the fake apartment address. After re-dyeing their hair brown and applying makeup, they put in their contacts and slipped on their glasses. Over the break, they had earned more money through fights before quitting their cleaning job and reducing their participation in the underground ring. The underground fights operated like levels in a video game, and after a year of battling, they had reached the top level. Wearing a mask to conceal their identity, they had become known as the Masked Executioner, drawing the curiosity of heroes intrigued by an undefeated champion. The death count had risen dramatically, from 50 to 600, and the protagonist had taken some of their victims' money to secure a small one-room apartment. After moving in and settling down, they felt more stable and decided to return to school. As they locked the door behind them, a grin spread across their face, and their eyes glimmered green beneath brown contacts before heading off to UA. Finding the classes was straightforward, and social media confirmed that 𝐒𝐿𝐬 was in the same class, WhatIf. This felt like a slide of luck. The plan for revenge remained, but now it seemed even sweeter. Discussions about the Twisted Reaper were rampant, especially with the recent increase in their activities. Pro heroes like Hawks were now on alert. Upon passing through the gates of UA, the protagonist entered one of the 4 tall glass buildings and climbed the stairs to their classroom. Each classroom occupied its own floor, giving UA's ample space. The classrooms were spacious and comfortable, and as they slid open the door, they feigned excitement, ducking their heads shyly before hurrying to a seat in the middle of the room. A familiar voice greeted them, asking if they were 𝐼𝐻𝐻. The protagonist felt a mental groan at the unwelcome attention. Turning slowly, they faced Kirishima and stuttered, trying to recall his name. Kirishima laughed, dismissing the need for formality and inviting the protagonist to simply call him Kirishima. The protagonist forced a smile, agreeing, but inwardly wished for silence. Kirishima continued to chat, and the protagonist offered minimal responses until he finally moved on. A moment of relief was interrupted by a loud reprimand from a blue-haired boy with rectangular glasses, chastising 𝐒𝐿𝐬 for putting his feet on the desk. The protagonist couldn't help but smile inwardly at 𝐒𝐿𝐬's deserved scolding. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 retorted, dismissing the boy's authority, and the protagonist resisted the urge to pull his chair back, stifling a giggle that caught 𝐒𝐿𝐬's attention. He turned, demanding to know who they were. The protagonist stammered out their name, feeling frustration at their own shyness. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 muttered something about them seeming familiar before dismissing them as just another annoying presence. Ignoring 𝐒𝐿𝐬, the protagonist surveyed the other classmates, but their observations were interrupted when the door swung open again, revealing a large figure that resembled a yellow caterpillar. Pro hero Eraserhead entered, looking tired as he instructed the class to sit down, introduce themselves, and then be quiet. After a few moments of silence, Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself, explaining her quirk of creation, which allowed her to manifest anything she knew the chemical composition of. The protagonist wondered about the limits of her quirk. Next, Tenya Ida introduced himself, mentioning his brother Ingenium and his own speed quirk. Other classmates followed suit, sharing their unique abilities. Yuga Aoyama with laser powers, Toru Hagakure who was invisible, Minoru Mineta with sticky hair, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 with tape, Denki Kaminari generating electricity, Eijiro Kirishima with skin hardening, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐸 with anti-gravity, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐤 with explosive sweat, 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 Shoji with tentacle arms, Shoto Todoroki with ice and fire, Rikido Sato whose strength increased with sugar, Koji Koda who could speak to animals, Mashirayo Jiro with a tail, Fumikage Tokoyami wielding dark shadow, Tsuyu Azui who resembled a frog, Mina Ishido with acid powers, and Kyoka Jiro who dealt with sound. Finally, the protagonist introduced themselves, stating they had an enhancing quirk that significantly boosted their power and speed. With introductions complete, the class awaited Aizawa's instructions. He finally roused himself, directing everyone to change into their hero costumes and meet him at the gym area. The class leaders, Momo and Ida, guided everyone outside to the locker rooms. The protagonist chose a corner locker, using the door for privacy as they quickly changed. Amidst the commotion, Minetta's loud voice broke through as he gleefully pressed his face against a hole in the wall, eager to catch a glimpse of the girls. Shoji's tentacles quickly covered Minetta's eyes and mouth, but the protagonist felt a surge of anger. Approaching Minetta, they peeled away Shoji's tentacles and whispered that they despised people like him. With a cheerful smile, they reminded him that such behavior was not heroic. Minetta stuttered a response, and the protagonist feigned a loss of confidence, rushing out of the room. They knew that if this continued, they might lose control. When everyone was finally changed, Ida and Momo took charge again, leading the class to the gym. The protagonist felt as though they were playing a role as a cute, shy character, secretly reveling in their performance. Aizawa stood before them without his sleeping bag, and the class lined up in an orderly fashion. The protagonists found themselves next to Ochako and Kirishima, the optimistic duo, and they braced for the interactions that were sure to come. The thought was quickly dismissed with a shake of the head. Aizawa announced that they would be conducting light physical tests, and the student who placed last would face expulsion. A murmur swept through the crowd. Aizawa had Bakugo demonstrate his quirk by throwing a baseball, achieving an impressive distance of 706 meters. 𝐸 notably scored infinitely, while I managed a safe 500 meters. The next test focused on speed, with Ida and Momo both excelling. Ida utilized his engines, and Momo created a motorcycle. I positioned myself in the middle once again. The grip test followed the same pattern, and by the end of all the tests, I secured a basic average of 9th place. Not too shabby, considering I had aimed for worse. The purple-haired student landed at the bottom, and I waited eagerly for Aizawa to announce his expulsion. However, when Aizawa revealed that it was merely a test, a wave of frustration washed over me. Perhaps I should just eliminate them all right now. Shaking my head again, I tried to focus on happier thoughts. Hagakure expressed her fear about the tests to the other girls, who then headed off to sit together for lunch in the cafeteria. After being dismissed, we changed back into our school uniforms just before the lunch bell rang. Mina dramatically remarked on her fear of expulsion. Kirishima had invited me to join his group, and I accepted, intending to tease Bakugo. I mostly remained silent, pretending to be shy and introverted. Eventually, the conversation shifted to missing friends and classmates from middle school. I leaned forward, opening my mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated, closing my mouth and curling inward, feigning uncertainty. As anticipated, Kirishima took the bait and shushed the others. He urged 𝐼𝐻𝐸 and Kaminari to quiet down, emphasizing the importance of listening to others. I pretended to smile gratefully before shyly asking if they had any childhood friends or close companions. I mentioned my experience of being homeschooled since childhood, expressing curiosity about their friendships. Everyone looked at me with sympathy, and I noticed Bakugo flinch slightly, which brought me a sense of satisfaction. Kirishima shared that he and Mina attended the same high school, while Kaminari, 𝐼𝐻𝐸, and he had been friends since elementary school. Kirishima then turned to Bakugo, likely to encourage him to share. Bakugo dismissed the idea of needing friends, expressing annoyance at being called shitty hair. I feigned excitement, asking if he had been homeschooled like me. Kaminari teased Bakugo about not having friends, to which Bakugo reluctantly admitted he did have friends. I eagerly inquired about a childhood friend, sighing that I had always wanted one, believing such bonds should never be broken. The two boys began chanting for Bakugo to share. He reluctantly confessed that he used to have a childhood friend, prompting Kirishima to question what he meant by used to. Bakugo curtly stated that his friend had gone missing, and I mentally celebrated my small victory. Kirishima expressed his apologies, unaware of my inner amusement. I finished my katsudon lunch and cleaned my plate before returning to class. The remainder of the school day was filled with introductions to other teachers, such as Present Mike, Midnight, Ectoplasm, Cementos, and Snipe. That night, I finally managed to get some decent sleep after studying hacking techniques and the latest quirk developments. The following day, we spent the morning learning various subjects, but I found myself zoning out, having already studied the material. After a rather uneventful lunch, where I had katsudon again, we were surprised by an introduction to All Might. The sight nearly caused me to lose my lunch. All Might burst into the room with his signature entrance, and I muttered facts about him, my face turning red from excitement. I asked to use the restroom, feeling overwhelmed. All Might looked confused but granted me permission. Rushing to the restroom, I quickly found a stall and felt the need to vomit. Afterward, I washed my hands, rinsed my face, and gargled, trying to regain my composure. I should have known better than to think I had moved past my feelings of worthlessness. Clutching my stomach, I reminded myself that even if I felt insignificant, I could choose to end it whenever I wanted. But first, I wanted others to experience the same suffering I had endured. I repeated this mantra in my mind: make them suffer, and then you can die. Kirishima knocked and entered the restroom, asking if I was okay. I turned my head away, knowing I probably looked menacing. I took a deep breath, allowing a calm demeanor to settle over me before forcing a smile. Kirishima noticed I was crying and expressed concern. I feigned shock, claiming I must have been emotional after meeting my hero. He smiled easily, sharing that he was also a big fan of All Might. After a brief exchange, he mentioned that Aizawa had sent him to inform me to change for our meeting at 𝐼𝐴. I quickly changed into my hero costume, along with the others, as excitement filled the air. Even 𝐶𝐿 moved a bit faster than usual. Kirishima enthusiastically discussed All Might's manliness, while Kaminari playfully urged Bakugo to hurry. Shoji, Koda, Sato, and Tokoyami were engaged in conversation, while Mineta changed, casting wary glances in my direction. 𝐼𝐴 was shouting in French, and Ida was trying to organize everyone to leave the room. Finally organized, they exited the changing rooms where the girls had already been waiting outside. Jiro remarked on the stereotype that girls took hours to get ready, rolling her eyes. Tsuyu acknowledged that they did take some time, while Mina huffed about their speed, calling them pretty princesses. The girls laughed and high-fived Mina, while the others simply watched. Once they arrived at 𝐼𝐴, which resembled a city, All Might and Aizawa were already waiting for them in their costumes. Izuku quietly wondered if All Might was wearing the Hero Silver Model 2 Pro Hero costume from the second generation. His classmates shot him curious glances. Aizawa led them to a street with a tall apartment building and ushered the class into a square box building on the opposite side. The walls and tables were covered with screens and monitors displaying images from inside the apartment building across the way. All Might announced that they would be participating in a hero versus villain exercise, while Aizawa tiredly urged the class to pay attention. He explained that they would be split into pairs to face off against each other. The villain team would have 10 minutes to devise a plan and set traps in the apartment to protect their bomb, while the hero team would have the same amount of time to either deactivate the bomb or capture all the villains. The villains could win by either protecting their bomb until the timer ran out or defeating the hero team entirely. The heroes could win by touching the bomb to deactivate it or capturing all the villains. All Might asked if there were any questions. Izuku found the exercise intriguing, though it sounded boring in a fun way. Ida raised his hand and questioned why they needed to pretend to be villains when they were all heroes in training. Aizawa sighed and scanned the class for someone to answer. Izuku shyly raised his hand, wanting to contribute. When called upon, he suggested that they could learn to interpret a villain's mindset and use it against them. All Might enthusiastically confirmed his answer, which made Izuku cringe slightly at the hero's exuberance. Aizawa continued explaining the assignment until they began drawing pairs. Izuku ended up with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐬 as his partner on the villain team, while 𝐵𝐸𝐸 and Kaminari formed the opposing hero team. Izuku thought it would be entertaining to face off against 𝐵𝐸𝐸 and his inflated ego. The matchups were as follows: villains: Tokoyami and Kota, Momo and Hagakure, Kirishima and Aoyama, Uraraka and Mina, Izuku and Tsuyu. Heroes: Todoroki and Mineta, Ida and 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Juro and Sato, Ojiro and Shoji, 𝐵𝐸𝐸 and Kaminari. Izuku watched the fight between Tokoyami's team and Todoroki's team. The class cheered as Todoroki used ice to cover the entire building, but dark shadow surprised him, while Kota built an army of ants around the bomb. Mineta managed to slip through the defenses and touch the bomb, resulting in a victory for the heroes. Izuku had expected Tokoyami to perform better, considering his powerful quirk. The match between Momo and Hagakure against Ida and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 ended quickly, with Momo's traps ensnaring Ida and Hagakure knocking 𝐼𝐻𝐬 out, giving the villains a win. Jiro buzzed through the building, but Aoyama managed to counter her with lasers, while Kirishima took on Sato's strong hits until Sato's sugar rush wore off, leading to another victory for the villains. Uraraka and Mina tried their best, but Ojiro and Shoji's martial arts skills allowed them to touch the bomb, securing a win for the heroes. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. After a lot of cheering, Aizawa announced that it was time for him, 𝐵𝐸𝐸, Kaminari, and Tsuyu to compete. Izuku asked Tsuyu if she had a plan, to which she suggested taking out Kaminari first and then facing 𝐵𝐸𝐸. Izuku smirked, confident in their chances. They decided that Tsuyu would handle Kaminari while Izuku would confront 𝐵𝐸𝐸. Tsuyu explained that her quirk wasn't suited for combat, so she planned to go invisible for a moment to knock Kaminari out. Izuku agreed, and they split up within the building, each taking different floors. As Aizawa signaled the start, Izuku could hear 𝐵𝐸𝐸's explosions as he rushed inside. He had placed the bomb in a storage closet on the second floor, equipped with a camera to monitor it. Sitting on the cold concrete, he watched the security footage. 𝐵𝐸𝐸 burst through the door, shouting at Izuku and demanding his surrender. Izuku rolled his eyes and pretended to embrace a villainous persona, ready to face the challenge ahead. A dark smile crept across Akita's face as he considered his next move. 𝐵𝐸𝐸, filled with determination, declared that he would have to capture Akita by force if he didn't comply. Akita had heard that line before. It always sounded the same. He shrugged, adopting an innocent expression, and proclaimed that surrender was not an option. His innocent facade quickly morphed into a smirk, and 𝐵𝐸𝐸, frustrated, acknowledged that force would be necessary. As 𝐵𝐸𝐸 charged with his signature overhead punch, Akita anticipated the move, dipping under the strike as if it were in slow motion. He seized 𝐵𝐸𝐸's wrist, pivoted, and effortlessly threw him to the ground. With a swift kick, he turned 𝐵𝐸𝐸 onto his stomach and secured his hands with a zip tie. The encounter had gone smoothly for Akita, and moments later, 𝗂𝐿 arrived just as he was scrolling online. 𝐵𝐸𝐸 had been shouting earlier, which had been quite bothersome. 𝗂𝐿 informed Akita that she had captured Kaminari, to which he replied that he had secured 𝐵𝐸𝐸. 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐽 voice echoed, announcing the villain's victory, surprising everyone present. If 𝐵𝐸𝐸 had heard 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐽's comment, he might have reacted differently. Akita quickly untied 𝐵𝐸𝐸, feigning nervousness as he expressed gratitude for the day's events, emphasizing the importance of giving it his all as a hero. The sentiment felt somewhat cringeworthy to him. 𝐵𝐸𝐸, still angry, retorted that Akita had merely gotten lucky and left, prompting Akita to smirk at his retreating figure. As Akita returned to the building, he overheard someone exclaiming disbelief at the outcome of the match. Everyone leaned forward, eagerly watching the Akita versus 𝐵𝐸𝐸 match unfold. Akita settled into a seated position, calmly using his computer, which drew murmurs of surprise from the audience. 𝐵𝐸𝐸, determined as ever, burst through the door with an explosive entrance, shouting at Akita to surrender. The students gasped as they witnessed a sudden shift in Akita's demeanor, transforming from a seemingly innocent figure to someone exuding a chilling confidence. 𝐵𝐸𝐸's bravado faltered as he realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Akita coldly questioned 𝐵𝐸𝐸's threats, and when 𝐵𝐸𝐸 insisted on using force, Akita responded with a smirk, challenging him to find something more original. Bakugo, frustrated, accepted the challenge, and the ensuing clash was intense. Akita demonstrated remarkable agility and strength, dodging Bakugo's attacks and countering with impressive skill. The audience watched in awe as Akita executed a decisive maneuver, flipping Bakugo and securing him with ease. The unexpected display of power left everyone stunned, particularly Todoroki, who had underestimated Akita's capabilities. As All Might announced the villain's victory, he muttered his surprise under his breath. The students were left questioning how Akita had managed to achieve such a feat. Izuku, reflecting on the match, felt a mix of disbelief and pride. When asked how he had done it, he stammered about instincts and beginner's luck, eliciting skeptical looks from some and smiles from others. After the exercise concluded, Akita chatted excitedly with his classmates, all while feeling All Might's curious gaze upon him. He momentarily let his true emotions surface before quickly suppressing them, returning to his calm demeanor. Back in the locker room, he couldn't help but feel amused at Bakugo's sulking. During class, Aizawa provided feedback on their performances, advising Akita and Tsuyu to improve their planning and teamwork. Akita felt a rush of euphoria at Aizawa's words, knowing that his villainous act was only a fraction of his true self. He had successfully downplayed his intelligence to avoid drawing attention from the school's authorities. As the day came to a close, Akita returned home, checking the mailbox of his apartment. Inside, he found a call to the underground ring, indicating a new challenger awaited him. The protagonist preferred not to have their underground mail and challenge papers delivered directly to their address, as that could lead to being tracked. Instead, they used the locations of those they had defeated as their 𝐷𝐿VRY points. Upon returning home, they opened a letter revealing the name of their new challenger, which amused them. This was shaping up to be intriguing. Dressed in black sweatpants, a loose black sweater, and a graphic shirt underneath, the protagonist made their way to a building at the city's edge. A small slot opened, and someone recognized their outfit and physique before activating a mechanism that opened the ground like a yawning door. Descending the stairs, the sounds of cheering reached their ears, indicating that a match was already in progress. This was the underground ring, a place where fighters battled to climb the ranks to the champion position, which the protagonist currently held. They received payment directly from the owner of the UR, and as long as they were compensated, they had no complaints. As they passed the audience box, whispers of, "It's the masked executioner," followed them, the mask firmly in place on their face. The owner approached, informing them that they would be up in 2 matches. Stretching lightly while waiting, the protagonist felt a calmness wash over them, a stark contrast to the nerves they once experienced before fights. The phrase, "I need some chapstick," likely belonged to Shigaraki, a villain they had encountered while disposing of a body. Initially, they had considered eliminating him but opted for a different approach when he introduced himself, expressing interest in recruiting them for the League of Villains. The protagonist had declined, finding the offer uninteresting. Shigaraki proposed a challenge. If he won, the protagonist would join his group. Standing casually with a hand on their hip and a knife raised, the protagonist's eyes glowed a radioactive green as they considered the challenge. They were confident in their strength but acknowledged that if Shigaraki could provide enough entertainment, they might reconsider joining his League of Villains. Soon, the protagonists found themselves in the ring, facing Shigaraki, who wore a casual outfit with a hand partially covering his face. The match began with the referee's whistle, and Shigaraki charged at them. The protagonist dodged his outstretched hand and executed a spinning kick that connected with his side, sending him to the ground. The crowd reacted with laughter and gasps, and the protagonist crouched down, smirking as they teased Shigaraki about his choice of skincare. As Shigaraki struggled to regain his footing, the protagonist waited patiently. When he jumped at them again, they slid under his hand and grasped his wrist carefully, avoiding contact with his fingers. With a swift motion, Shigaraki flipped himself over, but the protagonist was quick to react, dashing to his side before delivering a decisive blow. They were aware of the importance of avoiding injuries, especially with school the next day, as they aimed to maintain a facade of being a diligent student at UA. The announcer declared the protagonist the winner once again, and they took a moment to bow dramatically to the audience before dragging Shigaraki's unconscious body to the edge of the ring and up a flight of stairs. As the current champion, they had access to a private room where they deposited Shigaraki onto the couch. After washing their hands and grabbing some coffee and an energy bar, they rummaged through a cabinet filled with various supplies, finding smelling salts among them. They used the salts to rouse Shigaraki from his slumber. With a grin, the protagonist remarked on Shigaraki's disheveled appearance, suggesting he clean up after being dragged up the stairs. Shigaraki splashed water on his face and wiped off the dust and sand. The protagonist tossed him a protein bar, commenting on his dry skin and recommending a lip mask instead of chapstick, noting that it would be more beneficial. Shigaraki, annoyed, caught a bottle of water thrown his way and took a sip after biting into his protein bar. Acknowledging his defeat, Shigaraki accepted the outcome, and the protagonist cheerfully confirmed it, reminding him that he was not the first to lose. In case there was any embarrassment or worry, Shigaraki sighed, indicating that he assumed the person wouldn't be joining the League of Villains. A smile spread across their face as they leaned forward, noting how entertaining Shigaraki Tamura had proven to be. With a relieved breath, they removed their mask, expressing that his group had the potential to be quite fun and entertaining. Shigaraki growled, asking if they were joining or not. They gleefully confirmed their participation but mentioned a longing to avoid excessive work. The conversation shifted to Shigaraki's skincare ideas, prompting him to threaten that if they continued to comment on his dry skin, he would disintegrate theirs to match. After a bit of playful banter, Shigaraki finished his protein bar, muttering about not being able to defeat a boss at his current level. They found his gamer persona amusing and continued to tease him before kicking him out of the champion room and leaving the UR to head home for a productive evening. Days passed slowly, and a week later, they attended a League of Villains meeting at a bar where Shigaraki was seated. Sliding into a seat beside him, they glanced at his cracked skin and lips, half-heartedly complaining about the gifts they had bought him. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, claiming he was using the products but not finding them very helpful. A dark, misty figure approached, asking what they would like to drink. Based on Shigaraki's earlier description, they assumed this was 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. They decided to reveal their identity to the League, feeling there was no reason to hide it. They stated their age monotonously, and Shigaraki snickered, joking about their ability to handle an illegal drink. After a bit of back and forth, they ordered a matcha latte, and Shigaraki decided to have the same. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 prepared their drinks, they turned to Shigaraki, spinning on the bar stool and teasing him about needing new skincare recommendations. Shigaraki sighed, suggesting that the cracked skin joke was getting old, but they insisted it would never lose its charm. The conversation shifted as Shigaraki revealed plans for an upcoming attack on UA, mentioning a recent incident that had been orchestrated to distract the teachers and Nizu, allowing them to download crucial information from Nizu's computer. They excitedly shared that their class had voted Tenya Ida as class president, and they had to step down using the reporter incident as an excuse. They inquired about the details of Shigaraki's attack, curious about the timing and purpose. Shigaraki explained that their class would be going on a surprise field trip to USJ, and he planned to attack during that time to draw out All Might. They questioned how he knew Nizu wouldn't notice the hack and change his plans, to which Shigaraki replied that he could only hope Nizu hadn't noticed or believed someone could hack his computer. They processed the plan, realizing that Shigaraki intended to draw All Might out by attacking their class. After confirming their willingness to help, Shigaraki expressed surprise, noting that he thought they would never do anything. They explained that it sounded fun, but they didn't want to do anything that would compromise their cover as a UA student. Shigaraki revealed that he had prepared a role for them, pulling out a page with notes resembling game tutorials. They feigned shock at his preparedness, and he tossed the papers at them, prompting laughter as they caught them. After leaving the bar, they headed home to review their role, smirking at the plan. Their strategy involved being as helpful as possible to the heroes while also creating distractions. They intended to feign weakness, holding back strong heroes to buy Shigaraki time to attack Aizawa and the pro-hero present until All Might arrived. If everything went according to plan, it would be easy to divert my classmates' attention, ensuring that no one could assist the hero of peace. It sounded like an exciting challenge. My secondary role involved feeding Shigaraki valuable information about class schedules and quirks, anything that could be advantageous for us. If memory served me right, Nizu's plan indicated that the surprise field trip to the USJ was just 2 days away. I sighed, contemplating whether I should get some rest or indulge in some mischief. Rising from my seat, I stretched before stepping out of the house. In the past, I had focused intently on the targets I wanted to eliminate, but these days, I found myself less concerned about the details. After long hours at U, I often felt restless, and the urge to unleash my pent-up frustrations grew stronger. Each time I thought about taking action at school, the inability to do so frustrated me. So, I had taken to acting on my impulses, simply because it was entertaining. Scaling the side of a building, I dashed across rooftops like a character from an action story, searching for easy targets throughout the city. My approach to disposing of my targets had changed significantly. Previously, I had been meticulous about how I handled my victims. I had various methods, from burial to scattering remains across the city or casting them into the sea during high tide, which would carry them further away. Now, I discarded bodies without much thought. People were already aware of my existence, and I had been contemplating adopting a signature style to enhance my villainous reputation. That night, I took down a man and a few gang members, along with an unsuspecting hero. The following day at school, Kirishima greeted me with enthusiasm as I entered the classroom. I stammered a response while settling into my seat in front of him. On days like this, when I lacked the patience for social interaction, I sometimes regretted befriending Kirishima, wishing for a moment of solitude. Shoto cast me a quick glance, as if trying to solve a complex puzzle, while Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. It was clear I wasn't the favorite among my classmates. Kaminari, Siro, Mina, Tsu, Hagakure, Jiro, and Ochako were all gathered around Kirishima, who thrived in social situations, making me feel even more introverted. Siro complained about the difficulty of the homework, prompting Kaminari to express surprise that there had even been an assignment. Jiro pointedly questioned Kaminari's attention in class, and Mina chimed in with a teasing remark, causing everyone to laugh. I joined in, albeit out of obligation. Aizawa entered the classroom on time, and the class quieted down to listen to his announcements. I noticed the challenging looks from Todoroki and Bakugo, both eager for a confrontation, but I pretended not to notice, acting oblivious to their intentions. Aizawa announced that we would have a sparring training day, and I sat up straight, feeling a mix of irritation and forced excitement. After collecting our homework, we were dismissed to change into our hero costumes. My outfit was similar to what I wore during UR matches, minus the mask but complete with glasses and my trusty side bag. Once we were ready, Aizawa led us to the gym, where he explained the sparring format. Each of us would draw a name from a jar, determining our opponents. As luck would have it, I drew Todoroki's name. The drawing sequence continued, with Ida pulling Kaminari, who pulled Mina, and so on until it was my turn to face Todoroki. Aizawa instructed us that anything was allowed in the spar, except for causing permanent harm. I felt a flicker of disappointment at the limitation. As Todoroki and I positioned ourselves on the gym floor, Aizawa signaled the start of the match. Todoroki began circling me, and I feigned confusion, allowing him to take the lead. Suddenly, an icicle shot toward me, and I dodged it effortlessly, landing a safe distance away. Todoroki gritted his teeth and continued launching icicles, but I easily evaded them, running circles around him. I understood that his quirk required a physical point of contact, which meant he couldn't simply attack me from a distance. This realization allowed me to play with him, using his own attacks against him while he hesitated to rush forward, knowing my abilities could easily counter his ice. As anticipated, Todoroki began to freeze up due to the limitations of his quirk. The tired Aizawa-sensei merely shrugged at me, indicating that this did not count as a victory. Todoroki gritted his teeth as he slowly succumbed to the cold. Confusion washed over me. His attacks were entirely ice-based, despite his ability to wield both elements. It was straightforward to deduce the limitations of his quirk and predict his fighting style. It didn't take a genius to figure this out. I pondered whether I should eliminate him to rid the world of another fool, but I resisted the urge and cracked my neck slightly, adjusting my glasses. I hesitated, contemplating my words. Perhaps he should strive to improve. I suggested that he focus on his attack accuracy, freeze the entire ground, or even utilize his fire side. I noticed a few classmates snicker behind me, while Todoroki glared in response. He explained that he didn't want an easy fight, which was why he hadn't frozen the entire ground, and he adamantly refused to use his left side. I mentally rolled my eyes. Heroes often spoke about giving their all, fairness, and hard work. Todoroki seemed to underestimate me if he believed he could fight without utilizing all his skills. I tilted my head innocently, masking the dark anger within me. A fight is never easy, regardless of strength. A villain always employs every resource available to ensure a favorable outcome. My thoughts urged me to eliminate him again, but I pushed those ideas aside. I reminded him that nothing would ever be easy and that he needed to act quickly and efficiently to secure victory. My smile appeared innocent to everyone else, but directed at Todoroki, it carried a menacing undertone, causing him to flinch. I emphasized that if he faced someone stronger, he needed to use all his abilities to achieve complete victory, subtly implying that I was stronger than he was. He hissed back, claiming I knew nothing about him and questioned my audacity to instruct him. I offered a half-hearted bow, feigning remorse. I dashed forward, my speed catching him off guard. As he raised his hand to launch another icicle, I smirked, knowing his attack was predictable. I leaped over him with a flip, landing gracefully behind him, and swiftly incapacitated him with a precise chop to his neck. He collapsed, and I gently lowered him to the ground. Some classmates stared at me in awe, while others looked on in fear. It made sense, considering I had defeated two of the strongest quirk users in our class. They would soon discover that I was quirkless. From my perspective, I pretended to adjust my hair and nervously pushed my glasses up, as if they were slipping. Recovery Girl sighed from the sidelines as she healed Todoroki, offering him chocolate. He remained silent and sulking upon regaining consciousness. The matches of my classmates proceeded quickly, but I paid little attention, instead cleaning my glasses and picking at the dirt under my fingernails. Izuku called my name, snapping me to attention. I feigned a blush, as if I had been caught not focusing. He informed me that I was up against Mina. I felt a slight twitch. I had been chosen by Mina. It seemed like an unfortunate day for her. My mind whispered dark thoughts, and I mentally groaned, wishing I could find ways to occupy myself without contemplating violence. As I approached the designated fighting area, I noticed Mina trembling. I almost smirked but restrained myself to maintain my composure. Instead, I offered a slight, chilling smile that only I could see. Her shaking intensified, and I found amusement in her fear. Even if she claimed I had frightened her, I could always dismiss it as nerves and insist I was simply trying to reassure her. I politely wished her luck, to which she responded with a shaky voice. Izuku called for the match to begin. I launched myself at Mina, not at my full speed, but she still flinched and attempted to dodge. I had a sheathed knife in my pocket, and with enough force, I could have caused serious harm. I drew the knife swiftly, and a classmate muttered about the fight being unfair. I resisted the urge to retaliate against that comment. Mina retaliated by launching acid from her hands, and I allowed it to hit me slightly, feigning vulnerability. Her confidence grew as she stared at me. I closed the distance and struck her head backward with the blunt side of my knife, sending her flying. She crashed against the wall, leaving an indent before crumpling to the ground. Izuku declared my victory, and my classmates rushed to Mina's side. I followed suit, pretending to be concerned about myself. I feigned innocence, asking what had happened and expressing my apologies, claiming I hadn't realized my own strength. This could plant the idea that I was inexperienced with my quirk and not accustomed to fighting. Izuku continued to express his apologies as he assisted others in lifting Mina's unconscious form and moving her to the sidelines for Recovery Girl to attend to her. Kirishima gently pulled him away, reminding him that Recovery Girl would take care of Mina and that his constant apologies might only add to her stress upon waking. Izuku fell silent, and Bakugo appeared behind him, scoffing at his lack of knowledge regarding quirks. Izuku reflected on how he had managed to defeat Bakugo and Kaminari during the villain versus hero battles using only his raw strength, enhanced by a little extra energy boost. He mused that if he had truly intended to defeat Mina, the outcome would have been far worse. Recovery Girl tended to Mina, casting a slight glare at Izuku as if questioning why she always had to treat so many injuries caused by him. Izuku returned her gaze innocently, making his eyes wide and fearful, as if he were terrified of himself. She huffed and turned back to feed the groggily awakening Mina some chocolate. Izuku thought to himself that being hurt was certainly better than being dead, and Recovery Girl should be grateful for the lives he had saved. The final parts of training concluded smoothly, and they were dismissed for an early lunch. Mina had fully regained consciousness, feeling sore but content as she munched on more chocolate. Izuku immediately rushed to her side, apologizing in every way he could think of until she reassured him that she was fine and that his apologies were starting to make her feel guilty. He smiled internally, pleased to have her back. Kirishima ordered his lunch ahead of Izuku, who opted for a bowl of 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸, a refreshing change from his usual katsudon. Bakugo, upon sitting down at their usual lunch table with 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 and Kaminari, noticed the absence of Izuku's typical meal and questioned him about it. Izuku seized the opportunity to explain that he wanted to change things up, expressing his dislike for having the same meal every day. Kaminari pointed out that was essentially what a routine was, to which Izuku shrugged, stating that it depended on how long one could tolerate a routine. Bakugo, clearly annoyed, turned away, and Izuku took the chance to ask him why he liked katsudon if he never ordered it. Kirishima joined in, teasing Bakugo about his feelings toward the dish. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 speculated that perhaps Bakugo secretly enjoyed katsudon. Bakugo vehemently denied it, but Izuku relished the look of regret on his face as he took a bite of his udon, feeling satisfied with the playful banter. Kirishima pointed out that it was unnecessary for Bakugo to deny his preferences, citing that even a manly person like Akita enjoyed katsudon. Bakugo's frustration only grew, and he stood up, slamming his hands on the table. Izuku sipped his tea, secretly enjoying the unfolding drama. Kirishima continued to press Bakugo, suggesting that if he liked katsudon, he should simply embrace it. Bakugo, taking a deep breath to calm himself, mentioned a childhood friend who had enjoyed the dish, but he refused to elaborate further. Izuku feigned shock and offered his apologies, playing the role of a sympathetic character, while internally reveling in Bakugo's discomfort. Kaminari questioned the nature of Bakugo's relationship with this friend, prompting Kirishima to offer protection if needed. Izuku found amusement in Bakugo's flinching reaction, knowing that his classmates believed he was the one at fault. Bakugo dismissed the topic, and Kirishima quickly apologized for pressing him, acknowledging that it was unmanly to push someone who didn't want to talk. Izuku savored the moment, hoping Bakugo felt the weight of his guilt. Bakugo looked away, lost in thought, as the day continued on without further incident, leaving Izuku eager for the next day to arrive. Excitement coursed through the air as the students anticipated the chaos that would unfold during the 𝐭𝐮𝐻𝐸 attack. Aizawa, clearly in need of his morning coffee, instructed the class to settle down and pay attention. He explained that they would embark on a field trip to 𝐭𝐮𝐻𝐸 to practice civilian evacuation and hero training in the event of a natural disaster, an essential part of their hero training course. He urged everyone to change into their hero costumes and meet him at the bus outside once they were ready. The class responded with enthusiastic agreement, each student eager for their own reasons. While most looked forward to a fun field trip, one student was secretly craving chaos. After quickly donning their hero costumes, the students rushed out of the school building to the waiting bus. Aizawa informed them that the drive would take about 15 minutes. One student gazed out the window, sending a quick text to Shigaraki, referring to him as Big Brother, and sharing the news of the field trip. To an outsider, it seemed like a typical message. As the bus ride continued, the student closed their eyes, pretending to nap while plotting how to act during the impending attack. They intended to be helpfully unhelpful for the heroes, considering various strategies to distract their classmates and prevent them from assisting the pro-heroes. After sending a coded message to Shigaraki, they relaxed for the remainder of the ride, casually scrolling through their phone. Upon arriving, Aizawa urged everyone to disembark. Momo and Ida worked to direct the students off the bus efficiently. As they entered USJ, one student marveled at the impressive size and variety of training scenarios set up for aspiring heroes. The entrance led to an elevated path, where a large hero resembling a washing machine introduced themselves as 13. The students expressed their awe at the facility and its features, with one student feigning excitement about the training opportunities. However, the atmosphere shifted when Izuku and 13 suddenly reacted with alarm. The student noted that Shigaraki was acting quickly on the attack, which was unexpected but not unwelcome. 13 warned the students that the villains were real, not part of a drill, and urged them to flee and seek help. Confusion arose when Mina attempted to use her phone, only to find that the connection was blocked, a precaution the student had anticipated and helped implement. Despite the danger, the student insisted on helping, playing their role in the unfolding chaos. Izuku, desperate for the students to evacuate, urged them to leave, emphasizing their lack of training for such a situation. Many classmates rushed toward the exit, while the student feigned a longing to assist, feeling a familiar sting at Izuku's words about their inability to help. As the student turned to follow their classmates, they felt a chill at the reminder of past feelings of inadequacy. However, they quickly reassured themselves that they were no longer useless and still needed Izuku for their plans. They decided to waste a little more time, pretending to chase after their peers while Izuku sighed in relief, muttering about their safety. In that moment, a black portal appeared, blocking the students' escape just as intended, setting the stage for the chaos to come. 𝐾𝐬 emerged through the warp, expressing his apologies for the situation. The villains had reached Izuku and 13, and despite the fear evident in their teacher's eyes, he was unable to break free from the swarm of villains to assist his students. 𝐾𝐬 swept over everyone with his portals, transporting my classmates and me to our designated locations within the USJ, casting me a knowing glance that I responded to with a small, innocent yet chilling smile. I had already provided Shigaraki with detailed information about my classmates' quirks and their weaknesses, ensuring that each location we were sent to would exploit those vulnerabilities. As for me, lacking a quirk meant I had no drawbacks to worry about. I laughed maniacally as I landed in a place I deemed perfect for my role in this attack. I had selected some of the villains and briefed them on how I wanted the events to unfold. They would inevitably face dire consequences for knowing too much, but I might choose to spare one or two. The cold was biting, and I regretted my decision to place myself in this location. Tsuyu, whose quirk was hindered by the cold, had already frozen in place, and Shoji had picked her up, attempting to keep her warm on his back. Aoyama, shivering, expressed his envy of Tsuyu's cozy position, wishing he could be a frog and sleep instead of facing the harsh conditions. I resisted the urge to knock him out and leave him to the elements, focusing on my breathing instead. Shoji and I exchanged glances, silently communicating our shared concern. Suddenly, a villain appeared out of nowhere, asking if we were lost and offering to guide us with a friendly smile. He was following the script perfectly. Aoyama, frightened, huddled behind Shoji and me, while I pretended to stutter nervously, pointing towards the exit of the blizzard biome. I urged Shoji to get help while I held off the villains. Shoji hesitated, clearly worried, but I reassured him that I would be fine. Aoyama, eager to escape, rushed off, and Shoji reluctantly followed him, casting one last worried glance at me. Once they were gone, I turned to the villain, asking if he was alone. He confirmed that more of his comrades were on their way. I sat down in the snow, feeling its coldness beneath me. The villain offered me a coat, which I gratefully accepted, appreciating the warmth it provided. We kept our voices low, aware that others might still be nearby. The villain inquired about my identity, and I confirmed that I was Izuku Midoriya, dismissing his surprise at my age. He noted that I didn't have a quirk, to which I agreed, explaining that I had given myself a permanent boost of energy, making me more of a mutant without any physical changes or drawbacks. He introduced himself as Ishizaki Owari, explaining his own quirk, which allowed him to place small to medium-sized items into an alternate dimensional plane. He could only manage a limited number of items at once. I smiled at him, playfully acknowledging his unique ability to provide hot chocolate and coats. Just then, I heard voices calling for 𝐼𝐻𝐷, and I tensed, realizing that more villains were arriving. As 5 more gathered around us, I stood up, clutching the coat tightly. I asked if they were all present, and they nodded, their gazes filled with curiosity. I explained that we needed to discuss our upcoming performance, emphasizing that I would maintain my cover while subtly slowing down the heroes. Helpfully unhelpful, the group nodded in understanding. The plan was for them to attack all at once, allowing the protagonist to feign defeat. Classmates had been sent out to call for help, and the hope was to create a convincing scene that would stall their classmates long enough for Shigaraki to carry out his mission against All Might. The stakes were high. If any information leaked or if they were caught, the consequences would be dire. The protagonist smiled innocently, watching as the others shivered slightly. Clapping hands together, they announced it was time to move to a different area, as the others would likely have reached out for assistance by now. The fire zone was nearby, and there was a chance to lure in stronger classmates like Todoroki or Bakugo, stalling them from the ongoing fight between Shigaraki and Aizawa. Defeating Aizawa was crucial, as it would eliminate the 𝐒𝐻𝐷 quirk he possessed. The group reached a clearing where they began to create chaos, breaking and damaging the surroundings. The protagonist made it appear as if they had been beaten up, instructing the others to look more intimidating as they took their positions. After ensuring everything looked convincing, the protagonist instructed the group to remain alert for any signs of incoming help. They stood in a circle, bodies relaxed, until someone finally whispered that someone was approaching. The protagonist felt relief wash over them, as the cold was becoming unbearable. They theatrically shouted, challenging the newcomers, while 𝐼𝐻𝐷 stood over them with a knife, looking apologetic. Another villain joined, holding a knife as well but lacking the same remorse. 𝐼𝐻𝐷's tone was dismissive, claiming the protagonist was no threat. Just then, Bakugo appeared, frowning deeply at the scene. He shouted at the protagonist, questioning their inability to stand up against the villains. 𝐼𝐻𝐷 backed away slightly, and the protagonist pretended to struggle while sitting up, feeling the cold seep into their bones. 𝐼𝐻𝐷 faced Bakugo, who was now the primary threat, while the other villains glared at both the protagonist and Bakugo. The villains assured 𝐼𝐻𝐷 they would handle the situation, and he agreed to let them take care of it. Bakugo shouted a warning, charging at the villains. The protagonist rolled their eyes internally, backing up against a wall as the remaining villains surrounded them once more. All Might was expected to arrive any moment, and the villains would likely face consequences after this mission, except for Ishizaki 𝐼𝐻𝐷, whom the protagonist wanted to protect due to his kindness. As 𝐼𝐻𝐷 fought Bakugo alongside 2 other villains, the protagonist pretended to engage with the remaining 3. Suddenly, All Might crashed through the roof, debris falling like rain. This meant that Iida had successfully called for help, and everything was going according to plan. The protagonist feigned injury, pretending to struggle as they knelt down, having secretly stabbed themselves in the thigh to enhance the act. Bakugo glanced at the protagonist, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, Shoto appeared, offering assistance. The protagonist sighed, signaling it was time for the villains to retreat. They crushed a small device in their pocket, indicating that they could no longer stall without risking capture. This would likely keep Bakugo and Shoto occupied, as they would chase after the retreating villains. As expected, Bakugo hissed in frustration upon seeing the villains escape into the shadows of Kurogiri's quirk. Shoto tended to the protagonist's wounds, while Bakugo searched for any remaining threats. Shoto created a thin ice platform for the protagonist to lie on, and Bakugo returned to help carry them, treating them like a makeshift cot. The pain from the injury and the cold made the protagonist feel numb, but the discomfort was overshadowed by the relief of having allies nearby. They left the blizzard section of USJ, spotting Shigaraki, All Might, and the Nomu engaged in battle. Lying on my ice stretcher, I felt a sinking feeling that we were destined to fail. From my vantage point, it was clear that the Nomu was not prepared for victory. It was currently engaged in battle with All Might, and while it might appear to the untrained eye that they were evenly matched, I knew it was only a matter of moments before the Nomu would be defeated. Shigaraki had clearly underestimated the strength of his creation, or perhaps he was aware of its limitations. Todoroki and Bakugo were bringing me closer to the center, likely planning to set me down nearby before rushing to assist in the fight. Despite how irritating Shigaraki could be, I couldn't afford for him to be captured. I still needed his support to achieve my revenge. Sitting up straight, I jumped off the stretcher and rushed toward the water fountain in the center, determined to act recklessly as if I had no regard for my life. While that wasn't entirely untrue, I still wanted to see my plan through. As I sprinted toward Shigaraki and the Nomu, my mind raced, searching for a strategy to get us out of this predicament safely. I observed the Nomu's attacks, noting its weaknesses, which would be crucial for Shigaraki. After all, its defeat was second only to All Might's demise in his priorities. Shigaraki's eyes widened when he first noticed me, and they grew even larger as I charged toward him, seemingly ready to attack. Shoto and Bakugo called out, urging me to consider my safety. I attempted to leap but stumbled instead, a result of the deep cut I had inflicted on my own thigh. As I had anticipated, the Nomu still had flaws we hadn't recognized, and my presence posed a threat to its 𝐒𝐮𝐬, leaving it momentarily confused. This was part of my plan, and as expected, it provided All Might with an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. By the time I reached Shigaraki's side, he was a short distance from All Might. I feigned an attack, intentionally stumbling at the last moment, which propelled me closer to Shigaraki. He caught me with a hand on my head, using me as a shield against All Might, who appeared conflicted about how to proceed. Leaning his head next to mine, Shigaraki whispered, questioning my intentions and whether he should consider this a betrayal. I swallowed hard, carefully planning my response. One misstep could lead to my demise. I blurted out that he needed to know he couldn't kill Ishizaki Owari. If he was confused, I hoped it was better than provoking his anger. I added that I would take Ishizaki under my control since he had given me hot chocolate. My back was to the heroes, and I spoke softly so they couldn't overhear. Shigaraki hissed in disbelief, questioning whether I had halted the mission just to relay that information. He threatened that if he killed me, he could eliminate Ishizaki as well. I took a deep breath, realizing I needed to stop rambling. I pointed out that anyone intelligent could see his Nomu was destined to lose this fight. He sighed, acknowledging my point but expressing frustration that I hadn't given him more time to study the differences in strength. I countered that I had already noted their strengths and weaknesses and that he clearly didn't have control of the situation. I pressed him on how he planned to escape if he lost the Nomu. He claimed he was going to break the collar soon, but I reminded him that Kurojiiri was busy with the others and wouldn't arrive in time to save him. I argued that he should be grateful I was saving him so he could attempt to defeat All Might again, emphasizing that I didn't want All Might alive either. I was even risking my cover to help him and might have to discuss our conversation with Tsukachi. I pleaded with him to confirm he had already broken the collar, and he nodded, admitting he had done so since I had tried to attack him. Relieved, I noted that Kurojiiri should arrive soon. Our conversation wrapped up quickly as All Might began delivering his heroic clichés, directing his attention toward me. I feigned fear, pretending to be mute. Shigaraki let out a dry laugh, and finally, a warp portal opened, allowing him to step through. He told me I was lucky that All Might was still alive before disappearing. I resisted the urge to follow him, and the conscious villains fighting Aizawa and 13 managed to escape, leaving the unconscious ones behind. The villains from the Blizzard area were unaware of my involvement, which was fortunate. I collapsed to the ground, my fingers digging into my wound, drawing fresh blood, and All Might rushed to my side to help. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to ask me something, but I intentionally passed out to avoid any questioning. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital bed. I anticipated curious glances from others, wondering why the villains hadn't kidnapped me. I reflected that they were too unstable as an organization to manage something as significant as abducting a UA student. Later, if it seemed appropriate, a suggestion could be made about a plan involving Krusty Lips. A few classmates were gathered next to the hospital bed, which was unexpected. Those who had been with him, including Shoto and Bakugo, were unharmed, but the others had sustained minor injuries. Someone announced that he was awake, and suddenly, a wave of cheerful chatter erupted from his classmates directed at him. Kirishima, Kaminari, 𝗟𝗍, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Mina, 𝗏𝐴𝐵H, 𝐻𝐸, Momo, 𝐶𝐿𝐲, and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐬 were present. Kirishima expressed his relief, saying he was glad the boy was safe. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 awkwardly thanked him, likely nudged by the others to do so. He returned the sentiment with a warm smile, acknowledging that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐭ji had saved his life by sending Bakugo and Shoto to help. Mina chimed in, suggesting that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could have stayed behind instead of leaving. He reassured them that it wasn't 𝐼𝐻𝐬's fault, as he had asked him to go. Kaminari and Uraraka simultaneously expressed their relief that no one had been seriously hurt. Kaminari playfully told Uraraka to stop copying him, to which she rolled her eyes and gently patted his shoulder, checking for injuries. She expressed her happiness that he was okay, emphasizing how sad their class would be if they lost their sunshine child. 𝗟𝗍 teased the name, prompting Momo to ask what they would prefer instead. Mina eagerly suggested cinnamon roll, which made him smile again, though his expression felt a bit awkward from lack of practice. The group applauded the new nickname, showering him with well wishes until a doctor entered, announcing he needed to check on him. Tsuyu and 𝐭ji, who had been quiet, stayed back a moment longer. They thanked him for everything he had done, and 𝐭ji's eyes conveyed warmth before they left the room. Finally, he relaxed back into the bed. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor and the nickname cinnamon roll was exhausting after waking from a short coma, which he had inadvertently caused himself. Izuku remained in the hospital for another 5 days before being released, making him the last of his classmates to leave due to his more severe injuries. His classmates and teachers had been frequent visitors, and even Detective Tsukachi had come to ask questions, but the doctors had ushered him away when Izuku pretended to be too exhausted to talk. Now that he was free, he knew he would have to fulfill his promise to speak with the detective about the events of the USJ attack. His classmates, along with Aizawa and 13, had already been questioned, and the villains they had captured had provided little useful information, only revealing that they were hired by a small criminal organization whose name remained unknown to the detective. Izuku had promised, and felt somewhat obligated, to answer any questions Tsukachi had regarding the incident. Dressed in comfortable sweatpants, baggy jeans, and black boots, along with a pair of non-prescription glasses, he left the hospital. The nurses at the reception desk returned his belongings, including his bag, wallet, and some fake journals and notes on heroes. Detective Tsukachi was waiting at the hospital entrance to take him to the police station for a proper questioning. The drive was quick, and Izuku settled into a chair in a small interrogation room that felt much more comfortable than an actual interrogation room, as he wasn't restrained and was offered refreshments. The detective greeted him warmly, expressing hope that Izuku could provide more insight into the USJ incident. Izuku managed a dry chuckle, apologizing for not feeling well enough to answer many questions earlier. Tsukachi expressed his hope that Izuku could share more details about what had happened during the USJ incident. Izuku had researched the detective's quirk and understood that he was essentially a living lie detector. However, he knew that as long as there was some truth in his statements, the quirk wouldn't easily categorize his words as lies. He felt confident that his responses would be perceived as truthful. He expressed his own longing to learn more about the USJ incident, wanting to understand the events better to prepare for any future attacks. He was particularly interested in the weaknesses of the Nomu compared to All Might, hoping to devise a plan to counter the hero more effectively. Tsukachi began the questioning, asking for a summary of what had occurred during the USJ incident. Izuku was ready for this question, knowing he had nothing to hide. He recalled how, upon arriving at USJ, someone had exclaimed about real villains being present, and he had informed Aizawa that they were all heroes in training willing to help. Aizawa had insisted they lacked the training and strength to fight alongside him and 13, instructing them to escape while he and 13 held off the villains. Izuku recounted the events, pretending to be shaken as he described the moment a dark, smoky villain emerged from a portal, blocking their escape. During this time, Ida managed to free himself and escape the building to seek help. The rest of us, however, were thrown into a portal and transported to different areas of the USJ simulation. I found myself in a blizzard disaster zone alongside 𝐼𝐻𝐬, 𝐭ji, and 𝗏𝐴𝐵H. Rubbing my face, I felt a pang of discomfort as I recounted the events, and 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 observed me with concern, likely doubting my ability to handle the pressures of being a pro hero. 𝗅𝐷 lost consciousness due to the cold, prompting Shoji to carry her. As we attempted to navigate out of the blizzard, a villain suddenly appeared with a knife. I urged Aoyama and Shoji to run and get help while I held off the villain. They left with Tsuyu, and I managed to fend off the attacker initially. However, I soon found myself surrounded by 5 additional villains. Everything I shared was the truth, and 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 listened intently as I spun my tale. I fought to hold them off, not just for my classmates but for my own survival. Just then, Bakugo and Shoto arrived and effectively came to my rescue. I took a shaky breath, and 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 looked at me with sympathy, which I preferred over suspicion. As Bakugo and Shoto battled the villains, another warp portal appeared, allowing the villains to escape. Shoto created an ice platform for me to rest on, while Bakugo helped carry me to safety. We passed through the central area of USJ, where Aizawa, 13, and All Might were engaged in combat with villains. A large, dark bird-like creature was fighting All Might, and a man with hands covering his face stood nearby, observing the chaos. I sensed that Shoto and Bakugo intended to carry me further to safety before returning to assist in the fight. However, a gut feeling urged me to act. I instinctively knew we would face defeat if I remained passive. I jumped off the makeshift cot my classmates had created for me and dashed toward All Might, driven by the sense that something terrible was about to unfold. My leg injury caused me to stumble just as I was about to attack the man with hands on his face, inadvertently confusing the large bird creature and giving All Might the opportunity to defeat it. Unfortunately, my stumble brought me within reach of the man, who seized me, creating a hostage situation to thwart All Might's attack until the portal user appeared. Then I lost consciousness. Clearing my throat, I sipped the lemonade presented before me, briefly questioning its safety before reminding myself of my resilience to toxins and pain. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 expressed gratitude for the information I provided, stating it would be valuable in identifying and defeating the villains. He then asked if he could pose additional questions about the USJ incident. I nodded, and 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭, appearing nervous, began his inquiry. He decided to proceed chronologically for clarity. He asked if I remembered the appearance and quirks of the villains who attacked me in the blizzard biome. Recognizing the significance of his questions, I quickly recalled the details. I described the villains as ordinary-looking men dressed in plain clothing, equipped with knives, but they did not explicitly use their quirks during the encounter. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 noted my response, writing down the truth. He then inquired how long I estimated I had been alone with the 6 other villains. I calculated that I had likely been alone with them for about 6 minutes, responding that it was around 5 to 7 minutes, emphasizing my focus on survival. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 acknowledged my previous rescue by Bakugo and Shoto, noting my instinctive decision to rush back into battle despite my injury. He asked if I had conversed with the hand-covered villain while being used as a shield. I hesitated, considering my response carefully, ultimately deciding to confirm that I had indeed spoken with him. When 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 pressed for details about our conversation, I took a deep breath, using the moment to formulate a response that would be truthful yet obscure. I explained that the villain had asked who I was and boasted about his intentions to eliminate All Might, mentioning his obsession with expensive lip products and hand creams. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 stared at me, seemingly trying to piece together the context of my words. Despite the puzzling nature of my account, everything I had shared was accurate, and he had no choice but to record it as the truth. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭 remarked seriously on the unusual nature of having a conversation during a fight. The narrator admitted to not being an expert on villain psychology, expressing uncertainty about the threatening remarks made by the antagonist, which had left them feeling uneasy. Rubbing their neck, they conveyed a sense of lingering fear. 𝗏𝐶𝐞𝐭, observing with curiosity, acknowledged the difficulty of the questioning and offered to drive the narrator home. The narrator politely declined, bowing slightly and expressing gratitude for the offer. After leaving the police station, they made their way home without incident and collapsed onto their bed, exhausted. Having spent the day in the hospital, the idea of sleeping again felt dull, prompting them to consider a more thrilling way to relieve their pent-up stress. However, fatigue and boredom soon took over, leading them to take a quick nap. When they awoke, it was dark outside, and their phone indicated it was midnight, meaning they had slept for nearly 10 hours. Feeling refreshed, they got ready, grabbed a snack from a nearby convenience store, and headed toward Shigaraki's location. On the way, they noticed someone harassing a high school girl. With a swift motion, they grabbed the assailant by the collar, their hood obscuring their face. The girl managed to escape and likely called for help. The man struggled, but the narrator pulled him further into an alley. With a firm grip, they lifted him slightly, causing him to shiver in fear. Their eyes glowed a vivid green from beneath the shadows, and they hissed about having standards, despite being labeled a villain. In a decisive move, the narrator dispatched the man with a swift motion, leaving only his head behind. They tossed it aside and took a moment to observe it roll before shaking off the tension and deciding to leave before the authorities arrived. Upon arriving at Shigaraki's bar, they kicked the door open with a loud bang. 𝐾𝐮𝐲 immediately offered a towel to help clean the blood from their hands. Owari, sitting next to Shigaraki, looked surprised at their entrance. The narrator casually inquired if the others had been eliminated, but Shigaraki remained silent, prompting 𝐾𝐮𝐲 to confirm the outcome. The narrator expressed gratitude for Owari's survival, as requested, and then questioned Shigaraki about his feelings regarding the attack's results. Shigaraki's incredulous response revealed his disappointment at not achieving their primary goal of defeating All Might. The narrator rolled their eyes, reminding him that the mission had shifted to gathering intelligence on Yue's defenses and developing a more effective Nomu. They pointed out that, despite the setbacks, Shigaraki had not been captured, making the mission a slight success. After a moment of contemplation, Shigaraki acknowledged the flaws in the Nomu. The narrator seized the opportunity to ask if they could create a new one, to which Shigaraki resignedly agreed. Excitement surged through the narrator at the prospect of crafting a powerful new creation. Owari, confused by the exchange, questioned why he had been spared. The narrator, amused, asked if he had wanted to die, to which Owari replied no, expressing curiosity about his survival. The narrator explained it simply, and Owari accepted the reasoning, noting that being a villain didn't change much for him. Shigaraki, exasperated, remarked on the insanity of both the narrator and 𝐾𝐮𝐲, who echoed the sentiment. The narrator, contemplating the creation of a new Nomu, began to mentally map out the necessary steps to develop a prototype capable of rivaling Japan's strongest pro-heroes. Shigaraki's complaint about the narrator's mumbling interrupted their thoughts, leading to a playful exchange over a video game. Owari, observing their banter, couldn't help but laugh. The narrator invited him to join in, and Owari expressed interest, depending on the game being played. The narrator mentioned they were currently playing a racing game, reflecting on how enjoyable the experience of bonding with others had become, a sentiment they would never openly admit. Rolling his eyes, he observed 𝐾𝐮𝐲 directing them with an intensity reminiscent of a concerned parent, ensuring they didn't get too close to the TV and asking about dinner while the three of them treated the car race like a matter of life and death. He felt a flicker of gratitude that the emptiness within him was being filled, even if just a little. Scars never fully heal, and trauma lingers in the soul. He understood that from personal experience, but having a small distraction from the ongoing pain was comforting. He shook his head, realizing he was becoming overly sentimental. Perhaps the heroes were influencing him more than he realized. The following day at school, he returned feeling drained from a night of gaming and watching Shigaraki play while expressing his frustrations. As soon as he slid open the door, his classmates rushed to his side, inquiring about his well-being for what felt like the 50th time. He assured them he was fine, only mentioning a slight ache in his leg, which was a fabrication. His injuries healed quickly due to the permanent energy boost he had given himself, which also enhanced his recovery. He rationalized that with more energy, his cells could function more efficiently, akin to speeding up a process, though he knew it wasn't scientifically sound. Kirishima expressed disbelief at his reckless actions, calling them risky yet commendable. Kaminari chimed in, mentioning that people were saying he was the reason All Might had a chance to defeat the monstrous villain. Internally, he groaned at the unwanted attention this fame would bring to his undercover role. He still needed to perfect his Nomu project, with sketches and designs scattered throughout his room. Shigaraki had taunted him the previous night during their gaming session, betting against his success with the project. His competitive nature wouldn't allow him to let Shigaraki win easily. Aizawa entered the classroom, instructing everyone to quiet down and return to their seats. He remarked that he hoped they had rested well, as he certainly hadn't, and from that point on, they wouldn't either. Mina asked if they were to be sleep-deprived like him, prompting suppressed laughter from their classmates. Ignoring her, Aizawa continued, announcing that they would be heading to a conference room to discuss the details of the USJ attack now that Akita had been released from the hospital and could provide information to Detective Tsukachi. Some students shuddered at the mention of the attack, and he couldn't help but smirk at the mental impact he had managed to instill in them. Aizawa led them to the first floor, taking a few confusing turns before arriving at a large conference hall. A podium stood on a stage with a projector aimed at a blank wall, and a small table with a computer was set up nearby. An oval table, surrounded by chairs, was arranged to accommodate all the UA teachers, along with their class of 20 and 13. They filed in quietly, the atmosphere heavy with seriousness. Within minutes, the remaining seats filled with teachers including Lunch Rush, Midnight, Snipe, Present Mike, Hound Dog, Cementos, Ectoplasm, 13, Power Loader, All Might, and Recovery Girl. After a brief wait, Nizu entered through a side door and took his place behind the podium. Nizu thanked the students and staff for attending the meeting, expressing his longing to drop formalities since there were not many present. He conveyed his concern over the incident, which posed a significant threat to the school's security. He found it shocking that such a bold attack could be made against UA, and he sought to understand the details of the event. Ectoplasm's clone turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness for a moment. He briefly entertained the thought of causing chaos before the lights flickered back on, and the projector began whirring to life, distracting him from his plans. Nizu continued, explaining that after speaking with all involved, they had pieced together a clear picture of the attack. On the day of the incident, Class 1A, Aizawa, and 13 had been preparing for a natural disaster simulation and hero exercise when they were ambushed by a group of villains. No villain group had claimed responsibility for the attack, which was unsurprising given the target. Nizu displayed slides of the aftermath, including a sketch likely created by Bakugo. He pointed out that their student, Shinshiro Akita, had encountered what they believed to be the leader of the villain group, a man with hands on his face. Nizu clicked to reveal the sketch of Shigaraki, explaining that Akita's report indicated the villain leader was mentally unstable and seemed to be targeting All Might with intentions of his demise. Jiro interjected, asserting that All Might was the symbol of peace and the strongest hero, suggesting that the villains would find it challenging to defeat him. Nizu nodded in agreement but emphasized the need for precautionary measures in case of another attack. The next slide outlined the plans UA had devised for students and teachers to respond and evacuate in the event of another villain assault. The situation was becoming clearer, and it was wise to prepare for the measures and regulations that Nizu would implement. It was crucial to keep the attack unpredictable to avoid raising suspicions of a traitor within UA. Nizu's contingency plan for a potential villain attack included tightening overall security. Given that villains had demonstrated their ability to infiltrate schools through warp gates, he intended to increase the number of security cameras. This way, if anything unusual was detected, teachers could be dispatched immediately to address the situation. Furthermore, every teacher would be equipped with emergency call buttons, similar to those used by the League of Villains, to signal for help or urgent assistance during an attack. All students and staff would also undergo drills for swift and efficient evacuation along designated routes based on their locations. A special dome would be installed to either contain the villains or prevent them from entering the school. Nizu had clearly devised several well-thought-out plans encompassing evacuations, traps, communication, prevention, and combat tactics to ensure the school was better prepared. As Nizu concluded his presentation, I took mental notes while the students and teachers nodded in understanding. He expressed hope that such incidents would never occur again, smiling for the first time since the meeting began. Internally, I smiled as well, knowing that such events would undoubtedly happen again. The following day, class resumed with Izuku's typical greeting. He acknowledged that everyone had listened to the wrap-up of the USJ incident, or at least he hoped they had. Izuku remarked that the incident had likely been an eye-opening experience for the class, particularly for Akita. He then shared that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had made another decision regarding the incident. UA would still hold the annual sports festival. After the previous day's conference, the staff had debated whether to proceed with the event or not. Aoyama expressed his surprise, questioning why they would continue with the festival after the recent villain attack. Momo voiced her concerns, pointing out that they had not anticipated an attack at USJ, so how could they be sure it wouldn't happen during the sports festival? Izuku explained that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wanted to send a message to everyone that UA remained strong and confident in their abilities. The festival was intended to demonstrate that they would not be intimidated by a villain attack. It was a stand against public media and a declaration to the villains that UA would not easily back down. I sighed, recognizing the reasoning behind 𝐒𝐮𝐬's decision, but also noting his usual predictability in risking the safety of his students to maintain the school's reputation. I speculated that Shigaraki would likely avoid any rash actions during a festival filled with heroes and civilians, especially since I planned to leak details to him. However, if he decided to attack, it felt like a challenge from 𝐒𝐮𝐬, daring us to respond. I raised my hand, ensuring to feign a purposeful stutter as I addressed Izuku. He acknowledged me with a sigh, and I inquired if there was another reason for 𝐒𝐮𝐬's decision to host the sports festival despite the recent attack. Izuku took a sip of his coffee and rubbed his nose, explaining that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 hoped to set a trap for the villains. If they attempted to attack, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had numerous traps, regulations, and plans in place to defend UA. A significant number of heroes would also be present to prevent any further incidents and potentially capture the villains. This left Shigaraki with two options for the sports festival: to do nothing, which would be the safest but least exciting choice, or to risk an attack to make a statement. The traps would be manageable as long as I accessed UA's database to track their positioning. I would need to verify in person to ensure the files were not traps set by 𝐒𝐮𝐬. The real challenge would be the other heroes present during the event. Machines could be deceived, but human actions were far more unpredictable due to the myriad of factors involved. There were two potential routes for action: attempting to eliminate All Might, which had always been a goal, or launching an attack that would send a message that even UA, surrounded by security and heroes, was not safe. A third option, though highly unlikely, would be to do both. Killing All Might would send a powerful message that not even the hero of peace was beyond the reach of villains. However, this would be a daunting task, as 𝐼𝐼𝐻 could not be relied upon to eliminate All Might in a single strike. If we failed, it would complicate our efforts to convey our intended message. If I could create a 𝐼𝐻𝐬 during the sports festival, it would need to be capable of taking down All Might swiftly, or else the surrounding heroes would intervene quickly. Crafting such a 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would be challenging, as it would need to blend in and approach All Might without drawing attention, even amidst trusted staff and other heroes. The final product would have to possess a sleeper build, disguised as an ordinary civilian, with speed prioritized to reach All Might's side and eliminate him before anyone could react. However, achieving this within the limited time available seemed nearly impossible. The question about the timing of the sports festival lingered in the air. The protagonist's expression shifted into a frown, contemplating the challenge of outsmarting a cunning opponent. The announcement came that the sports festival would take place in 2.5 weeks, providing ample time for preparation and urging everyone to take their hero training seriously. However, a darker plan was brewing, one that involved creating chaos and fear among civilians and heroes alike. The idea was to hack into UA's surveillance systems to broadcast a chilling message, instilling a sense of insecurity in the community. This plan didn't require particularly strong adversaries, and the time frame seemed manageable. The protagonist envisioned a strategy that could undermine public trust in heroes, creating tension within UA and prompting suspicion of a traitor among the faculty. As the discussion concluded, the protagonist masked their scheming thoughts with a quick nod and a grateful smile, shifting from deep contemplation to an innocent demeanor. Thoughts raced about potential victims, preferably from their own class, to manipulate evidence and create a convincing narrative. Scanning the classroom, their gaze landed on a target, and a sense of satisfaction washed over them, as if the plan was falling into place effortlessly. After school, the protagonist made a brief stop at the supermarket for supplies before returning home. They quickly prepared a meal, eating with purpose before making their way out the window of their third-floor apartment. Navigating the rooftops of the city, they traveled toward Shigaraki and the League of Villains bar area, remaining vigilant to avoid detection. Upon entering the bar, 𝐒𝐮𝐲 greeted them, and they proceeded to find Shigaraki to share their plans for the upcoming UA sports event. The protagonist pondered the implications of Izuku's newfound abilities. The drag he had taken enhanced his healing, strength, and senses, including improved night vision and heightened awareness. The protagonist speculated about the drag's origins, considering the possibility of ionized radiation causing mutations in DNA, which could lead to enhanced abilities. They theorized that Izuku might have combined various chemicals to stabilize the effects of the radiation, resulting in an energy boost. However, the science behind such a drag remained elusive, and the protagonist felt a mix of frustration and intrigue as they contemplated the complexities involved. Entering the bar, the protagonist greeted 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and approached Shigaraki, who was engrossed in a video game. After pausing the game, Shigaraki's initial irritation faded upon recognizing the protagonist. They took a seat and began discussing the situation at UA, outlining the potential strategies available to the League of Villains. As they detailed the pros and cons of each option, Shigaraki listened intently, eventually acknowledging the inclination toward a more aggressive approach. The protagonist's sarcastic remark about Shigaraki's lack of consideration for a non-violent option drew an eye roll, but the plan was set in motion. Shigaraki agreed to proceed with the more daring option, trusting the protagonist's judgment despite their tendency to be annoying. The protagonist expressed confidence in their plan even as Shigaraki returned to his game, leaving the protagonist to prepare for the challenges ahead. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 opened a portal, allowing the protagonist to step through to a warehouse filled with 𝐼𝐻𝐻, all submerged in a mysterious liquid, ready for the next phase of their scheme. A smile spread across my face as I fought the urge to clap my hands in excitement. If I could view myself from another perspective, my eyes would likely mirror the vibrant green of the liquid surrounding the 𝐼𝐻𝐻. However, no one was present to witness that delightful sight, and I murmured to myself that it was quite enjoyable. I approached the glass containers, trailing my fingers along them as I examined each 𝐼𝐻𝐻 closely. The lab was equipped with all the materials necessary to bring my plan to fruition. My ultimate goal, as I had previously stated, was to create a 𝐼𝐻𝐻 that could blend in and appear civilian-like. It needed to possess enough strength to defeat All Might, be intelligent enough to follow commands, yet not so intelligent as to develop a conscience. Rolling my shoulders, I selected one 𝐼𝐻𝐻 from the rest. They all shared a similar basic structure, which served as a foundation for further enhancements. My task was to research how to amplify their strength to ensure they could take down All Might. Once I had a clear understanding of the necessary power, I would focus on crafting a disguise, followed by enhancing their intelligence. The 𝐼𝐻𝐻 had a crude basic form, resembling a human body that served as a canvas for various modifications. The only natural components remaining were their nervous systems, which extended from the brain throughout the body, along with the skeletal and muscular structures. Each brain housed a small electronic device that sent electrical pulses to control the 𝐼𝐻𝐻's movements. This allowed for anonymous control or programming to dictate their actions in specific situations. The 𝐼𝐻𝐻s lacked pain receptors and BLD, as they did not require any bodily reactions. They were in a constant state of decomposition, as they were technically dead, which explained the green liquid. Additionally, they did not need to eat, as all bodily functions were artificially induced. After inspecting the basic form of the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and formulating a plan for the electronic device I would construct, I began to contemplate a combination of quirks that would enable the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 to defeat All Might. I envisioned replacing their eyes with cameras and equipping their ears with small microphones to capture sounds. While I considered the possibility of using a bomb, grenade, or gun to eliminate nearby civilians, I recognized that the security at UA was exceptionally tight, making such an approach nearly impossible for my Nomu. Therefore, I needed to devise a quirk that would allow the Nomu and its controller, likely Shigaraki, to swiftly eliminate surrounding civilians before the nearby heroes could react. Perhaps a quirk that could amplify other quirks and then be applied to the Nomu itself would be effective. Additionally, an area of effect quirk that could poison the air around the Nomu would be ideal. The amplification quirk could enhance the area of effect and increase the toxicity of the attack. Sighing, I settled into a chair, tapping my chin as I tried to maintain my train of thought. After a moment, I stood up and began my experiments. A lingering thought reminded me that I needed to acquire skin to replace the decaying parts of the Nomu. The unpleasant odor could be masked with perfume, and certain areas could be concealed with clothing. I needed to find a way to obtain skin without causing too much damage. A quick stab might suffice, as strangulation would mar the skin around the neck, and a gunshot would ruin it entirely. I would have to address that later. Focusing on my chosen Nomu, I constructed the chip to implant in its head and prepared the quirk injections. I dedicated the next week and a half after school to perfecting the Nomu, and finally, I was ready to apply the skin of my victims. Completing the project took a week and a half after Izawa announced the UA Sports Festival to the class. Eager to present my creation to Shigaraki, I turned off my computer after school on Friday and asked 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to open a warp portal to my warehouse. Shigaraki and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 followed as I stepped through, passing rows of glass containers housing other Nomus until we reached the one I had been working on. I opened the container and carefully pulled the Nomu out, ensuring the chip was activated with the basic programming I had already downloaded. I then instructed 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to create another warp to a spacious area where we would not be disturbed. He solemnly agreed, and we all warped to a small forest clearing. I maneuvered the Nomu on a metal cart, and once we arrived, I unstrapped it. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this was how we would operate during the sports festival, wheeling in a cart that appeared suspicious. I shot him a glare, clarifying that he would be the one controlling the Nomu's movements. For demonstration purposes, I had downloaded a program into its control chip to showcase its basic skills. The Nomu slid off the cart autonomously, walking around while its camera eye scanned the surroundings and relayed the data to a computer that dictated its responses to various situations. It moved smoothly, behaving mostly like a civilian, prompting Shigaraki to express his approval. I informed him that the Nomu possessed two quirks, one that generated a large toxic poison cloud and another that could be activated to enhance the first quirk. This would be crucial for executing our plan. Shigaraki and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 nodded in agreement, their expressions serious as they considered the implications of my creation. Shigaraki explained that the current system operated on simple programming, but he had the ability to control it remotely, much like a video game. He expressed his confidence in this arrangement, believing it would allow him to play an active role in their plan. The others agreed that his remote control would likely enhance their chances of success. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 inquired if there were specific tasks he needed to perform. Although the plan was still in development, the idea was for 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to warp in the Nomu as close as possible to minimize its exposure to the public. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 acknowledged the suggestion, and Shigaraki confirmed it was a sound idea. The full plan would be revealed as the sports festival approached. As they prepared to leave, the protagonist asked 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to open a portal back to the bar. They stepped through the warp gate, and the protagonist spent some time playing video games with Shigaraki and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 before heading home. Later that night, the protagonist lay in bed, hoping for sleep. Unfortunately, sleep often brought nightmares, and he sighed as he tried to relax. As his eyes grew heavy, he wished for a peaceful night. Suddenly, he jolted awake, feeling a hand grasp his shirt and pull him up. He found himself face to face with Bakugo, who angrily questioned how he could sleep while being attacked. Bakugo's goons echoed his sentiments, emphasizing the weakness of those without quirks. Bakugo, frustrated, activated his quirk, causing the protagonist to cough violently, blood staining Bakugo's uniform. Bakugo's anger escalated as he punched the protagonist in the eye, sending him crashing against the school wall. Dazed, he found himself in a familiar alleyway, collapsing to the ground as Bakugo and his goons kicked him before walking away, laughing. Bakugo paused to look back, stating that this was all for the protagonist's own good. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, feeling tears mix with blood. The scene shifted, and he found himself trapped in a closet at his old home, hearing his mother crying outside. He tried to reassure her, expressing his love and that it wasn't her fault. Desperate to escape the dark confines, he pleaded for her help. After a moment of silence, his mother burst through the door, pulling him out and throwing him against the wall. As she raged, he felt her grip tighten in his hair, her eyes wild with emotion. She muttered apologies, but her demeanor shifted as she fixated on him, asking if getting rid of someone would bring him back. In a frenzy, she slapped his face repeatedly, lost in her thoughts. He begged her to stop, promising to be good, but she accused him of being at fault. She stormed out, leaving him trembling and numb. Gathering his strength, he managed to pull himself up and sought refuge under the sink, curling up in the small space. Exhausted, he fell asleep, only to awaken sore and disoriented. He attempted to shower but ended up sitting on the floor, letting the water wash over him. Eventually, he found himself curled under his bed, wrapped in a blanket, too scared to lay on the mattress. As he drifted off again, he was jolted awake by a gentle touch on his head. Startled, he retreated further under the bed. His mother's smiling face appeared, and she called to him, asking why he was hiding. She apologized for everything, assuring him of her love. He shivered, clutching the blanket tighter, the pain from his bruises reminding him of his reality. She expressed her love once more, urging her child to come out from under the bed so she could care for them. The child felt themselves moving towards their mother, who greeted them with a warm smile. The child wondered if it was possible to become a hero despite being quirkless, gazing up at their idol, All Might, who stood before them with wide eyes. After waking from a troubling dream, the child could hardly believe that their favorite hero was right there in front of them. All Might appeared puzzled at the notion of a quirkless hero and explained the dangers of the world for those without quirks. He encouraged the child to consider other paths, like becoming a detective or a doctor, before bidding them farewell and reminding them to stay safe. As All Might leaped away, the child felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if something was constricting their heart. They lay beneath the bridge, sobbing and struggling to breathe, questioning the worth of their existence and feeling trapped in a life filled with mistreatment. With no goals or hopes left, they pondered the purpose of their life. Suddenly, the child jolted awake in bed, gasping for air. They scanned the room, hands clenched into fists, before relaxing and running a hand through their hair. To confirm they were awake, they pinched and slapped themselves, feeling the ache in their head as they rose to begin their daily routine. The aftermath of their dream left them feeling worse than before. As they attempted to eat, their hands trembled, and their vision blurred. With a sigh, they set down their fork and glanced at the clock, noting it was 4 a.m. They had 3 hours before school, and the weight of their dream lingered. The child felt they had no purpose in life, driven only by thoughts of revenge against those who had wronged them. Bakugo and All Might were the last two on their list, as they had already dealt with the others. The child was determined to make their revenge satisfying and entertaining, believing they deserved some enjoyment in life. They picked up their fork again, reminding themselves that persistence was key. Days later, after finishing school, the child headed home, then to the League of Villains bar. Today was the day to finalize their plan with Shigaraki and 𝐾𝐿. As they munched on an onigiri, 𝐾𝐿 greeted them with a cold drink before joining them on the couch. The child spread white printer paper across the table and retrieved pens from their bag. Shigaraki, impatient, urged them to hurry so he could return to playing video games, which made the child smile fondly at him, thinking of him as an older brother. 𝐾𝐿, the responsible one, reminded them all to take breaks from screens. The child reassured them that finalizing the plan for the upcoming sports festival would not take long. 𝐾𝐿 informed that it was May 22nd and the sports festival would take place in 3 days, on May 25th. The protagonist acknowledged this while pulling blank papers closer to sketch maps of the traps Nizu had set around the school. Having hacked into UA's security 2 days prior, they had memorized the entire layout of the traps instead of printing the security map. After double-checking the placements, They noted that while most traps aligned with the map, some were missing, and hints of shock traps purchased by 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were found in various locations. Careful to avoid the cameras, they had also reviewed the footage at home to ensure they remained unseen. The map being drawn was for the other two, detailing the locations of shock, stun, and gas traps scattered throughout the school, particularly in the stadium halls where the festival would occur. Shigaraki examined the hand-drawn map, and 𝐾𝐿 looked over the coordinates for potential warp points for the 𝐻𝐿𝐬. Shigaraki suggested using the bathrooms, proposing that they could hide the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 in a stall to ensure it was empty. However, concerns arose about the security cameras aimed at the bathroom entrance, which would detect any additional individuals exiting. Shigaraki acknowledged the issue while sipping lemonade, but 𝐾𝐿 pointed out that using the bathroom could help the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 bypass intense security. They discussed the need for a seat ticket to present to security, allowing Shigaraki to control the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 if questioned. The protagonist considered how to explain the 𝐻𝐿𝐬's sudden appearance in the restroom. They proposed hacking the cameras from a nearby stall to create a brief glitch, allowing the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 to enter unnoticed during that moment. Shigaraki, sounding more thoughtful than usual, reminded them to ensure the hack was not easily detectable given 𝐒𝐮𝐬's capabilities. The protagonist confidently stated their experience in hacking UA's system without being caught, prompting a light-hearted exchange between the three. As the conversation turned serious, the protagonist emphasized the importance of launching their attack during the final one-on-one matches of the festival, where tensions would be high and distractions plentiful. They both agreed, and the protagonist sighed, noting that the last step was to fabricate evidence to implicate a scapegoat. 𝐾𝐿, having forgotten the identity of the scapegoat, prompted a reminder from the protagonist about 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐻, a classmate who was often bothersome. Shigaraki expressed his annoyance at unwanted conversations, while 𝐾𝐿 humorously noted that Shigaraki did enjoy the protagonist's company. The protagonist playfully teased Shigaraki about being called a little brother, but he quickly redirected the focus back to the plan. They outlined the need to create evidence pointing to 𝐼𝐻𝐻's involvement in allowing the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 to enter. The protagonist planned to hack 𝐼𝐻𝐻's computer and UA's system, leaving subtle traces that would not make 𝐼𝐻𝐻 appear incompetent. They also considered leaving a faded picture of the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 and notes about their classmates' quirks in 𝐼𝐻𝐻's belongings. Shigaraki cautioned against leaving too much evidence, and 𝐾𝐿 agreed, highlighting the risk of raising suspicion about 𝐼𝐻𝐻's innocence. The protagonists detailed their strategy, which included hacking traces, a blurry photo, and contact information for a burner phone that could mislead the heroes into thinking there were more members in their group. Shigaraki eagerly expressed his longing to answer the phone, while 𝐾𝐿 humorously warned against asking the heroes for a Mario Kart competition. Just then, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 entered with pizza, and they all rushed to his side as 𝐾𝐿 prepared plates. As they enjoyed their pizza, they filled the last member of their group in on the details of their plans. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, eager to contribute, asked how he could help. Recognizing 𝐼𝐻𝐻's talent for drawing, the protagonist suggested he create an image of the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 and then crease it out. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiled, understanding the purpose behind the request, and agreed to assist. The following day, with only 3 days left until the sports festival, the protagonist woke up early and immediately got to work. They decided to re-dye their hair brown, noticing the color was fading slightly. Although they had previously mentioned bleaching their hair, they opted for a box dye this time, intending to use their green hair as a plot point later. With the festival approaching on Monday, they needed to finalize their plans and the evidence meant to frame 𝐼𝐻𝐻. Arriving at school, the protagonist carried the paper 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had meticulously folded the night before. It appeared worn and creased, featuring a drawing of the 𝐻𝐿𝐬 along with some barely legible notes. Among the notes, the date of the UA festival and details about the 𝐻𝐿𝐬's abilities could be discerned. The plan was to slip this paper into 𝐼𝐻𝐻's bag, which was notoriously cluttered with crumpled papers. After school, the protagonist needed to shop for clothes for the 𝐻𝐿𝐬. They already had makeup supplies to cover their eye bags, scars, and freckles, so they focused on the clothing. With a couple of hours before school started, they began replicating 𝐼𝐻𝐻's handwriting, jotting down notes about their classmates' quirks and the UA layout. They even included a phone number for the League of Villains burner phone, ensuring it looked authentic. Packing everything into their school bag, they strategized how to discreetly place the evidence in 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻 bag. During lunch, students typically left their bags at their desks while heading to the cafeteria, adhering to an unspoken rule of respecting others' belongings. However, the protagonist had broken enough rules to feel unconcerned about this one. They had to be cautious of hidden cameras in the classroom. Having previously hacked the UA system, they recalled the locations of the cameras and devised a plan to block their view while slipping the note into 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻's bag. As class progressed, the protagonist feigned attention while mentally rehearsing their steps for the upcoming hacking operation. When lunch arrived, their classmates exited the room, and the protagonist waited a moment before standing up and heading toward the sliding door. Timing their movements perfectly, they quickly slipped the note and notebook into 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻's bag while concealing the action with 2 other notebooks. With a casual shrug, they rushed out of the room, pretending to chase after friends. During lunch, they visited the restroom and discreetly checked the UA security camera footage on their phone, confirming that no incriminating evidence had been captured. Satisfied with their success, they returned to their routine as the rest of the school day unfolded with hero training and matches among classmates. Instead of heading home after school, the protagonist took the bus to the nearest mall. With the 𝐻𝐬 design sketch in hand, they browsed various stores until they found the perfect civilian clothing, bulky enough to conceal the 𝐻𝐬's body but not so conspicuous as to attract attention. After 2.5 hours of shopping, they returned home, needing to restock their makeup supplies. Although Shigaraki had offered to cover the costs, the protagonist politely declined, finding his kindness somewhat intimidating. They had accumulated their own savings from various endeavors and prepared a dinner of creamy bacon pasta while catching up on homework. Despite being ahead in their studies, they reviewed the material to ensure nothing was forgotten. The next morning, they woke up early, enjoying a simple breakfast of natto with raw egg and rice, a common dish in Japan. Afterward, they pulled their chair to the desk and powered on their series of computers, ready to continue their plans. A pair of blue light glasses and a mug of coffee awaited, accompanied by some snacks for energy. The glasses were slipped on to prevent any potential headaches. Opening the software, the first 2 hours were spent navigating various national firewalls and corporate protections designed to safeguard 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻's privacy. Maintaining a stable connection to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻's internal network was crucial, ensuring not to be detected by the firewalls. From there, access to UA's system was gained, revealing several flyers detailing the school's layout, trap placements, and information about students and faculty. Care was taken to leave a small trail leading back to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻's computer before carefully extracting presents from his system without leaving any traces. Additional digital details were collected to ensure anonymity before concluding 6 hours of intense work. Needing some social interaction after a long day of staring at the computer, a visit to the 𝗟𝗏 hideout was in order. Hunger was also a factor, as the craving for 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐬's excellent cooking grew stronger. Upon entering, greetings were exchanged, though Shigaraki remained focused on his game, prompting an eye roll. Iwari acknowledged the presence with a nod, both engrossed in their usual gaming routine. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐽, ever polite, welcomed with a warm demeanor. Taking a seat on a stool in front of 𝐒𝐮𝐽, a small smile emerged. Gratitude was expressed for his presence, suggesting that together they could teach the others a thing or two about manners. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 sighed, noting that it took time to get used to the antics of the others, who seemed oblivious to the concept of civility. A light-hearted laugh followed, acknowledging 𝐒𝐮𝐽's patience. When asked about the day's accomplishments, a nod confirmed the successful hacking and leaving trails back to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐻, along with slipping papers into his bag and acquiring necessary items for the 𝐻𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 remarked on the productivity, contrasting it with his own mundane grocery shopping and the antics of the others. Hunger was confirmed, and 𝐒𝐮𝐽 instructed to inform the others that dinner would be served soon. The enticing aroma wafting from the stove heightened anticipation as a dash was made to the couch where Iwari and Shigaraki were deeply focused on their game. For a brief moment, a playful side emerged, cheering for the gamers. The announcement of dinner caused an immediate reaction, with Shigaraki turning off the TV and controllers being tossed aside. A race ensued to the dining table, where a delightful spread prepared by 𝐒𝐮𝐽 awaited. Contentment filled the air as the decision was made to stay at the 𝐒𝐿𝐬 for the night, as solitude after such a satisfying meal seemed unappealing. The camaraderie among the 𝐒𝐿𝐬 members was undeniably growing. The next day, a sense of relaxation enveloped the hideout as preparations were made for the upcoming attack on UA. Confidence in the plan was high, having been meticulously crafted. Grocery shopping with 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐬 and 𝐾𝐿𝐬 out for some sunlight provided a welcome distraction. Awari joined, adding a light-hearted touch to the outing. In the quiet of the night, vigilance was maintained, ensuring the streets remained safe from various threats. Awakening early after a brief rest, the nerves began to rise in anticipation of the UA Sports Festival. A wave of nausea hit while attempting to finish breakfast, but determination prevailed. Preparations for the day included applying brown contacts and a light layer of foundation, ensuring a natural appearance. Concealer was used to mask any imperfections, and subtle shading altered the facial structure. With glasses in hand and hair styled to avoid any fluffiness, the school uniform was donned and the black shoulder bag was grabbed. Departing for UA at 8 o'clock, the journey was made to arrive at the school gates by 8:15, just in time for class. As usual, Momo and Ida were already seated when the door to the classroom slid open. Bakugo sat at his desk, surrounded by Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝐼𝐻, who were engaged in lively conversation. Hagakure, Tsuyu, and Mina stood near Momo, chatting about something that seemed to spark excitement. Ojiro, Shoji, Koda, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 were conversing with Ida, who was animatedly gesturing with his hands. An air of nervousness and restrained excitement filled the room. Aoyama was discussing something with Mineta and Sato, while Todoroki sat alone, resting his head on his desk. Ochako and Jiro had yet to arrive. I was the third to arrive, taking my seat behind Tsuyu. Kaminari slid over to me, greeting me with enthusiasm. The others, including Bakugo, Mina, Tsuyu, Hagakure, and Momo, gathered around my desk. I smiled awkwardly, ensuring my facial muscles were working as I had practiced in front of a mirror. I greeted Kaminari politely, offering a smaller smile. Mina, with a smirk, expressed her excitement for the day, while Hagakure chimed in, suggesting that everyone seemed eager. Bakugo stood behind the group, wearing his usual grouchy expression. Tsuyu looked around the classroom before commenting on the overall excitement. Kirishima shared his enthusiasm for the challenges ahead, and Momo expressed her eagerness to compete and see performances from other classes. 𝐼𝐻 noted that Todoroki appeared down, and Bakugo seemed unusually quiet. Kaminari teased about nerves, while Mina pointed out that Todoroki always looked that way. They continued their playful banter, allowing me to relax in my chair, content to smile or appear bashful when someone glanced my way. Ochako and Jiro arrived simultaneously, prompting the four girls to drift off to greet their friends. Bakugo, with a hint of irritation, insisted he was not nervous, but Kaminari teased him about sounding worried. Bakugo snapped back, emphasizing his confidence that he would never lose to anyone, especially Todoroki. Kirishima reminded him that arrogance wasn't very manly, suggesting that he could lose to Todoroki. 𝐼𝐻 dismissed Todoroki's demeanor, claiming he would never be able to beat him. I mentally snickered at Bakugo's unwavering confidence. Kaminari questioned what was wrong with being emo, to which 𝐼𝐻 replied that there was nothing wrong with it. Seizing the opportunity to speak up, I asked if that meant there was a chance Todoroki might beat Bakugo. My motivation was to embarrass Bakugo for the years he had tormented me, though my plans for revenge were much grander. Bakugo vehemently denied any possibility of losing, his face turning red with frustration. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, grumpily telling everyone to settle down as the day ahead promised to be long. Some classmates jumped in surprise at his sudden arrival. Ida formally requested Aizawa to refrain from startling them, while Mina complained about the daily scare tactics. Aizawa, irritated, dismissed her comment and instructed everyone to sit down. He informed the class that the festival would officially start in 10 minutes, with the gates opening for the public. He mentioned the various food stalls lining the path to the central area. 𝐼𝐻 commented on the variety of food available, prompting Aizawa to sigh and request that comments be kept to a minimum. He then outlined the schedule for the day, detailing the opening ceremony and the competition times for each year. With no questions from the class, Izawa announced that he would not be present for the rest of the day, as he had to assist Hizashi with announcements. He expressed confidence in our abilities, reminding us to keep track of time and change into our hero costumes for the competition. He instructed Ida and Momo to take charge, sounding almost like a concerned parent. Ida and Momo nodded seriously as Izawa waved goodbye and left to find present Mike. Once Izawa was gone, Ida stood at the front of the class, announcing that it was 8:30 and the festival would start in 5 minutes. He instructed everyone to head to their assigned seating, reminding them to carry their student IDs for verification. As students rummaged through their bags for their belongings, I grabbed my phone, water, and wallet containing my ID. Momo asked if we were ready, and after everyone nodded, she instructed us to follow her and Ida, urging us to stay together. Bakugo attempted to open the door, but it wouldn't budge, causing me to frown at the unexpected delay. Bakugo continued to tug at the door, but it remained stubbornly shut. Momo was focused on crafting a makeshift tool when the door suddenly burst open, revealing a crowd of students outside. A blond boy with striking gray eyes stepped forward, a smirk on his face. He remarked that Class 1A looked as disheveled and defeated as ever, expressing no surprise given their constant fear of villain attacks. He taunted them about their sleep habits, suggesting they must be resting with one eye open. Bakugo's irritation flared, and he demanded to know who the boy was and why they were there. The blond boy laughed, pointing out that Bakugo was calling them extras, implying that Class 1A's ego remained intact. He dramatically flipped his hair and declared that they had come to announce war. He warned them that while they might think they would easily win the sports festival, they should be prepared because they were coming for them. Momo, surprised by the unexpected declaration, asked if that was all they had to say. A boy with lilac hair stepped forward, confirming that the general education students had also come to declare war on Class 1A, urging them to prepare for defeat and humiliation. After their proclamation, the crowd departed quietly, leaving Bakugo scoffing at their weak display. He questioned whether they were trying to appear weak or if they were actually surrendering. Momo interjected, suggesting that perhaps they simply didn't know how to express themselves properly. Her classmates looked at her in astonishment as she smiled kindly, which only added to their unease. She confidently assured them that they would win against their challengers. The class responded weakly, but Momo pressed them for a stronger affirmation, which they provided with more enthusiasm. Pleased, Momo clapped her hands together and urged everyone to get moving. The students shuddered but quickly lined up behind her as they exited the classroom. They descended the stairs, and upon reaching the ground floor, they were swept into a throng of people heading toward the stadium. While civilians faced a long line to enter, students, heroes, and UA staff had a designated entrance. Momo and Ida guided them to this entrance, and after a quick head count to ensure everyone was present, they ascended the ramp into the stadium. They settled into the front rows alongside other heroes and UA students, granting them an excellent view of the arena. Kaminari buzzed with excitement at the prospect of watching the third years compete, while Kirishima eagerly anticipated their manly displays. Present Mick's voice boomed from the podium, greeting everyone and igniting cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere was electric as he introduced Nizu, who delivered a brief speech encouraging the students to give their best and for the audience to enjoy the festivities. With that, the sports festival officially commenced. As the competition began, Izuku found himself momentarily lost in thought while his classmates cheered around him. He was preoccupied with reviewing their strategy step by step. After the first round of the third year's competition and a brief intermission, he stood up to stretch, realizing he had barely absorbed any details of the match. Instead, he focused on the skills of the third years, knowing that this information could be crucial if they ever faced the League of Villains. Deciding to explore the stalls, Izuku announced his intention to no one in particular before walking away. Ida nodded at him as he passed, returning to an animated discussion with Aoyama and 𝐼𝐻 about the third years. Izuku made his way outside the stadium, heading toward the stalls lining the path to UA's central building. He slipped into a nearby restroom to send a quick text that would initiate their plan. The code phrase to signal the release of the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was simple: "I'm bored." This innocuous message was a precaution against any potential scrutiny of their communications. "I'm bored" was the signal for 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to warp the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 from the warehouse to the stall beside him. After ensuring the area was clear, he entered his stall and heard a faint sound as the warp opened and the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 appeared. Shigaraki responded to his message with a casual remark, indicating that the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had been successfully transported and that he had established control over it. Their exchanges were filled with meaningless banter, designed to maintain the appearance of a natural conversation while conveying their coded messages. Izuku smirked at his phone, enjoying the playful back and forth, grateful that Shigaraki had wrapped up their conversation in a way that felt organic. The plan was set in motion. The protagonist accessed UA's security camera footage system, reviewing the earlier recordings. They introduced a glitch that caused random blackouts for a few seconds, effectively concealing the 𝐻𝐻𝐬's entrance and exit. After spending a precise 3 minutes and 46 seconds on this task, they washed their hands and exited the stall. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬 emerged from its own stall, and the protagonist felt relieved that no one else was present to witness the unusual appearance of the creature. As the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 moved toward the exit, the protagonist grabbed its wrist and gestured toward the sink, instructing it to wash its hands. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬 hesitated for a moment before mimicking the action of hand-washing. Dressed in a long turtleneck sweater beneath a black oversized sweater and gray sweatpants, the 𝐻𝐻𝐬 wore worn sneakers, a black cap, and a mask that concealed its face. The protagonist had done their best to patch up the visible parts of its skin, using various materials to cover the rotting areas with new skin, secured with tiny stitches hidden under makeup. Although the 𝐻𝐻𝐬's true condition remained concealed beneath its clothing, the protagonist had ensured it wouldn't emit a strong odor. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬 finished washing its hands and left the bathroom, with the protagonist following closely behind. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬 retrieved its ticket from its pocket, holding it up to read. The protagonist knew Shigaraki had memorized the seat number, but the 𝐻𝐻𝐬's actions were typical for someone attending a stadium event. While its movements were slightly awkward, they were not conspicuous enough to raise suspicion among civilians or security personnel. Only a vigilant hero might notice something amiss. The stadium was straightforward in design, with a tall tower housing announcers and staff overseeing the event. Crowds of heroes filled the area at the base of the tower, flanked by students from UA and other schools, while civilians occupied the remaining seats. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬's seat was strategically placed among the heroes, students, and civilians, a decision that had been costly but necessary for the plan's success. As the second round of the third-year competition commenced, the protagonists settled into their seat next to Kaminari and Kirishima, who were animatedly discussing the events. They managed to zone out until the competition concluded at 11 o'clock. Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers, announcing a lunch break until 1 o'clock, promising even more excitement in the upcoming rounds. The feedback from the microphone caused a brief screech, and Aizawa's sigh was faintly heard in the background. Kaminari expressed relief at the break, while 𝐶𝐻𝐬 stood up to stretch. Kirishima suggested they go for lunch, and 𝐂𝐵𝑒𝑒 joined them, prompting the protagonist to mentally sigh. The 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had already left its seat, blending into the crowd as everyone sought food, following the plan seamlessly. The protagonist stood up, acknowledging Kaminari's comment about needing a break. They exchanged playful banter with their friends, who were excitedly discussing their lunch options. Mina approached, enthusiastically complimenting the protagonist, who maintained a cheerful demeanor as they listened to the conversation. Eventually, the group agreed on food that was easy to eat on the go, with the protagonist considering takoyaki as their choice. Kirishima chose yakitori, while 𝐂𝐵𝑒𝑒 opted for a spicy ramen, insisting he would never spill it despite everyone's attempts to convince him otherwise. Kaminari and 𝐶𝐻𝐬 decided on hamburgers, and Ochako, Tsuyu, and Mina went for crepes. Momo and Hagakure were still undecided, and Jiro also settled on yakitori. As the group exited the stadium and made their way to the food stalls, they chatted happily, trying to include me in the conversation. It seemed like it was going to be a long day. After lunch, I returned to my seat in the stadium with my classmates. For the next 2 hours, I watched the second-year competition. There was a noticeable strength difference between the third and second years, but I made mental notes of those who might pose a challenge. My classmates were fully invested, cheering for our seniors. Since the declaration of war earlier that morning outside our classroom, the other first-year students had not interacted with us, leaving us in our own little bubble, which was a relief. Interacting with others could be exhausting, especially when my own class was already socially demanding. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Shigaraki, and Owari were exceptions, of course. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt like a mother figure, while Shigaraki and Owari were my special friends. I rolled my eyes mentally as cheers erupted around me. The awards were being announced. President Mike declared the end of the second-year competitions and announced a short break before the highly anticipated first-year events. My classmates stood up, filled with excitement for our upcoming competition. Personally, I was eager for the challenge ahead, especially considering the significance of competing at UA. The other classes appeared anxious, which I noticed during the break. During the 10-minute intermission, we were required to change into our hero costumes. I followed my classmates to the changing room, ensuring my scars and burns were well concealed with makeup, just in case my skin-colored outfit got damaged. I wore a reinforced sweater designed by the support course, making it more durable and slightly bulletproof. My briefs had pockets for carrying extra equipment, and my glasses had remained intact throughout the school year, which I felt deserved some recognition. I also had a mask around my neck for any situation that might arise. My steel-toed combat boots completed my outfit, and I was one of the first to finish changing. I changed discreetly, finding a spot that shielded me from view. Once I was ready, I waited outside Class 1A's changing room for my classmates. A voice called out to me, asking if I was 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝐼. I turned to see the lilac-haired boy from earlier. I corrected him, introducing myself as 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝐿. He expressed surprise, mentioning I was known as the 𝐶𝐼𝐻 of UA. I felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement at how far my reputation had spread. The boy introduced himself as Hitoshi Shinso and wished me luck for the competition, to which I responded with a tilt of my head, suggesting he didn't need luck. He smirked, claiming that the students in the hero course were arrogant. I countered that I was simply factual, confident in my abilities. He seemed skeptical about my strength, but I maintained a playful demeanor, hinting that my quirk might be more impressive than he thought. Just then, Kirishima and the others exited the changing room and greeted Shinso, who responded with a tight voice, promising to see me in the stadium later. I smiled sweetly, assuring him I would give it my all during the competition. I noticed him tense slightly before he left. Kaminari joked about my newfound friendship with students from other classes, and Mina dramatically declared that the 𝐶𝐼𝐻 was destined to befriend everyone. Momo sighed, expressing concern that I might eventually be lost to the crowd. Jiro pretended to be horrified at the thought, while Siro rolled his eyes, questioning whether they were teasing me or not. Hagakure defended me, insisting they would never make fun of their 𝐶𝐼𝐻. Kirishima expressed his admiration for me, stating he thought I was a manly classmate. Uraraka, one of the last to exit, chimed in, affirming that I was indeed a 𝐶𝐼𝐻. I weakly suggested they could tone it down, and everyone turned to me, apologizing for bothering me. I wondered about the strange influence I seemed to have over them. As the minutes passed, everyone finished changing, and Momo and Ida led us toward the stadium, ready for the competition ahead. Momo informed everyone that they were supposed to line up in their designated order. Ida emphasized her words with his characteristic arm motions. As Momo continued, she explained that they would all be lining up according to their seating arrangements. Being in seat 4, I positioned myself between Ochako and Tsuyu. Class 1B was situated to our right, while the general education classes surrounded the hero courses. All eyes were directed toward the podium as Midnight ascended the stairs, followed by Nizu, Cementus, Snipe, and Ectoplasm. Midnight announced her role as the sports commentator for the first years, mentioning that Cementos had previously covered the third years and Ectoplasm the second years. She playfully claimed to be more attractive and entertaining than the other teachers, eliciting cheers from her fans in the audience. With a light-hearted tone, she expressed her dislike for long speeches and handed the microphone over to Nizu, who politely thanked her before addressing the first years. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐻 welcomed the students to their inaugural sports festival at 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and began a brief speech. I focused on the main points, which revolved around giving their best effort during the festival, as hero agencies would be scouting for potential interns. My thoughts drifted to strategizing for the internships, and for the duration of 𝐒𝐮𝐻's speech, that was all that occupied my mind. With enthusiasm, Midnight declared the start of the competition, announcing the usual 3 challenges. The first was an obstacle course, and she instructed the first years to follow ectoplasm's clone to their designated starting point. Once everyone was in place, she counted down, and the students took off, with Iida, Ssōlō, and Bakugo leading the pack. Ssōlō's ice powers quickly froze many of the competitors around him. I focused on maintaining my position, not wanting to be in the lead or among the top ranks. As I sprinted, I noticed the first obstacle approaching after the initial stretch of the track. From my vantage point, I realized that I didn't necessarily need to place in this round. My plan could still succeed even if I didn't advance, especially since 𝐼𝐻𝐻 would be attacking during the award ceremony. Yet, 𝐒𝐮𝐻's mention of internships sparked a new idea for a villain attack. I aimed to leave a lasting impact on my classmates, particularly Bakugo, who had caused me considerable distress. I understood that consistency was key, and I intended to ensure that Class 1A would not have a moment of respite from me or the League of Villains. Determined to secure a decent rank in the sports festival to facilitate my own internship opportunities, I pushed myself to run harder than I initially wanted. As I navigated past several general ed students and some of my classmates, I contemplated whether I should aim for a rank between 8th and 10th. Suddenly, I heard a crackling sound that wasn't from Bakugo's explosions but rather from ice. Instinctively, I leaped into the air, momentarily floating as I observed the students below, who were now encased in a layer of ice. Todoroki was racing past them, causing some to slip on the icy surface while others were nearly frozen solid. I landed, the ice crunching beneath my feet as I continued forward. The icy expanse stretched from where Todoroki had been standing all the way back to the starting line. Fortunately, my jump had propelled me far enough that I only had a short distance of ice left before reaching solid ground again. I noted that Todoroki appeared to be feeling the effects of his quirk, which likely took a toll on his body. This was promising, as it suggested he wouldn't be able to use such a powerful attack again during the obstacle course, especially with 2 more competitions ahead. Iida, Bakugo, and Todoroki were currently in the lead, followed by 2 students from Class 1B and 1 from General Ed, placing me in 7th position. As I slowed down slightly, Tsu and Ochako passed me, having just cleared the icy section. I felt more comfortable with 9th place. With the flat stretch of track ahead, I could hear present mixed commentary booming through the speakers, along with Aizawa's occasional remarks. I had been tuning them out until I caught Aizawa announcing that the first-year students were now entering the first obstacle in the race. As the tall gray-walled building came into view, the runner felt the urgency of the moment. 5 students were gaining on him, prompting him to quicken his pace. He was determined to maintain his position in 9th place. Upon entering the building, he spotted 8 students ahead, all of whom had slowed down. The reason for their hesitation became clear. At least 20 UA robots, the indestructible zero-pointers from the practical entrance exam, filled the room. Bakugo had already dashed past 5 of the robots and was skillfully evading attacks from 3 others. Ssōlō was also advancing, having navigated past 5 robots and now dodging the strikes of 3 more. The robots were programmed to focus their attacks only on what was directly in front of them, leaving their rear unguarded. Instead of the ray-like attacks from their eyes used during the exam, these robots employed close-range melee attacks with their long arms. The length of their arms created gaps between their bodies and their striking limbs. The robots had 2 main types of attacks. One involved sweeping their arms across the ground, while the other consisted of powerful strikes aimed at the ground. A combination of these attacks created openings that could be exploited. 6 other students were caught in front of the 3rd robot. The runner had devised a solid plan to navigate past the robots, but he was intent on keeping his 9th place rather than aiming for 3rd. He skillfully dodged the first robot's attack, noting how easy it was to evade the strikes that Bakugo and Todoroki were managing. A hit from one of these robots could knock a person out, but he was quick. He dashed through the space between the robot's arm and body, maneuvering around its legs and successfully clearing the first robot. He repeated the process with the second and third robots, noticing that Iida had sprinted past them with ease, while 𝐼𝐵𝐸 and Todoroki were nearing the exit. Ochako was halfway there, accompanied by Tsuyu and a general ed student, along with a Class 1B student who was an irritating blonde boy. The runner pushed himself a bit faster, catching up to the blonde without overtaking him. Eventually, they both exited, the blonde struggling more than he did. Present Mike announced the runner's achievement, noting that he had made it out in 9th place with relative ease. The runner mentally rolled his eyes, wishing the commentator would refrain from drawing attention to him. It was challenging to appear fatigued when the task had been manageable. Before the next obstacle course lay a flat track where students were sprinting ahead. Todoroki and 𝐵𝐸𝐸 were neck and neck, with Iida close behind. The blonde boy from the building surged ahead, prompting the runner to increase his speed without rushing. The commentary continued, highlighting the progress of the students, noting that 7 out of 10 who had completed the first obstacle were from his class. Aizawa, in a deadpan manner, responded that the students were just eating normal cafeteria food. The runner's gaze shifted ahead to the second obstacle, which was a field of fire. He felt a slight twitch of apprehension as he continued running. A field of fire? Seriously? Izuku's perspective shifted as he focused on the challenge ahead. He tuned out the chaos around him, his vision narrowing as he closed his eyes. Fire, fire, fire. It was just fire. He reminded himself that he had survived before, trying to calm his racing heart. Nausea washed over him, and he felt himself sway slightly, struggling to maintain control. He covered his mouth, fighting the urge to be sick. His vision blurred, and he felt himself falter. He urged himself to get up and keep moving. It was just fire. He had overcome it before and he could do it again. He recalled the promise he made to himself. Nothing would hurt him again. Gathering his strength, he managed to stand, albeit shakily. Fear gripped him, but he pushed forward, taking a tentative step toward the flames. The fire field stretched about 25 meters, flames roaring along the ground, likely a result of 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐵𝐸's power. It wasn't hellflame, as he could approach without being burned. He recalled police reports stating that mere proximity to 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐵𝐸's hellflame could cause severe burns. A normal person would take approximately 3.1 seconds to cross 25 meters at full speed, but he could likely do it in half that time, ensuring he would not suffer the same fate as others. He reassured himself that he would be fine. For a typical student or an average person, crossing a 30-meter stretch engulfed in flames would seem impossible. If they managed to do it, it would be nothing short of a miracle, likely resulting in severe burns. The average individual would take about 3.5 to 4.5 seconds to sprint across, all while enduring the heat and smoke that would make breathing difficult. The thought of being engulfed in flames was daunting. Taking a deep breath, Akita pulled up his hoodie and mask, focusing on his breathing before he began to sprint across the fiery expanse. He was grateful for his specially designed costume made of Nomex and Kevlar, materials that provided some fire resistance while resembling regular clothing. In a blur of motion, he dashed through the flames, feeling the heat reach out toward him. His eyes dried, and he stumbled slightly as he crossed the threshold. Present Mike announced Akita's feat, praising his extraordinary bravery and strength. Tears stung Akita's eyes as he inhaled the fresh air. The overwhelming sensation of being near fire again was intense. It felt as if his heart was being crushed, reminding him of the painful memories associated with his last encounter with flames. The experience triggered a wave of panic, and he staggered to the side of the track before feeling the urge to be sick. Fire was something he deeply loathed. From Aizawa's perspective, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as 6 out of 9 of his students were the first to tackle the fire obstacle, showcasing their skills in front of the first-year students. He noted that this was a testament to his teaching abilities and superiority over other instructors, a point he planned to bring up later in the staff room. He observed as each of his students devised their strategies to cross the field of fire. Todoroki utilized his ice quirk to create a path, generating ice as he moved forward while the heat melted the ice behind him. Aizawa acknowledged the cleverness of this tactic, as it allowed Todoroki to maintain a normal body temperature despite the surrounding heat. Present Mic announced Todoroki's success, praising his ingenuity. The remaining students were still grappling with the flames. 𝐼𝐶U used her tongue to attach herself to the walls of the arena, prompting Present Mic to question the legality of her move. Aizawa calmly confirmed that it was allowed, dismissing Mic's concerns. 𝐶𝐶U skillfully crawled across the wall, leveraging her frog quirk. Bakugo, determined to cross, unleashed explosions from his hands, wobbling slightly as he struggled to maintain control. Present Mic excitedly noted Bakugo's realization that his quirk allowed him to fly, as he quickly caught up to Todoroki and 𝐶𝐶U. Ida launched himself toward the wall, hoping his speed would allow him to run horizontally along it, narrowly avoiding the flames. Ochako found a flat piece of metal debris and activated her anti-gravity quirk, propelling herself into the air. She skillfully maneuvered to bring herself back down when she reached a height that felt too risky. Aizawa watched with pride as his students became the first 5 to successfully cross the fire. He smugly pointed this out to Hisashi, who humorously remarked about Aizawa's bragging. Aizawa rolled his eyes, focusing on Akita, who seemed lost in thought at the fire's edge. Hisashi noticed Akita's hesitation, and Aizawa's concern deepened as he observed Akita shaking, his eyes filled with fear as they fixated on the flames. Despite the class's affection for Akita, Aizawa sensed there was more to his struggles than met the eye. Suddenly, Akita collapsed, staring blankly at the fire. Aizawa's heart raced as he asked Hisashi what had happened, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was uncertain about what was happening. Slowly, he stood up and, with unsteady steps, walked toward the fire. He pulled his hood over his head and adjusted his mask. Hisashi expressed his concern, wondering if he was going to run across. The response was a cautious agreement, and Hisashi inquired about the nature of his quirk. Depending on its characteristics, he planned to signal Endeavor to disable the quirk in that area, ensuring Akita could escape without injury. The answer revealed that Akita possessed an enhancement quirk, which might allow him to sprint across if he ran fast enough. As if to prove this point, Akita dashed across the field of flames in mere seconds. Hisashi announced the astonishing feat, highlighting Akita's bravery and strength. Despite the impressive display, Akita was visibly sweating, his eyes darting around nervously. He staggered to the side of the track, feeling unwell. Concerned, one observer stood up in shock, but Hisashi reassured them, noting that Akita was moving again. Akita resumed jogging, his expression returning to normal as if he had reset his entire demeanor. The observer pondered what had caused Akita to act so strangely, questioning his true identity. In a different scene, Izuku wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, realizing he was in 6th place among his classmates. This ranking was higher than he preferred. Fortunately, during his moment of distress, a loud student from Class 1B had safely crossed the fire, using his quirk to create a bridge of words. Following him was a blonde boy from the same class, who seemed to have the ability to temporarily copy others' quirks. They both shouted as they crossed, glancing at Izuku, who chose to ignore them. Feeling relieved to be in 8th place, Izuku stood and began to jog slowly. Hitoshi Shinso had crossed the field by persuading his classmates and some general education students to assist him. He landed gracefully and caught up with Izuku, who had slowed down further due to lingering nausea. Shinso taunted him, questioning his earlier confidence. Izuku rolled his eyes, knowing he hadn't shown his full capabilities. Revealing all his strengths to an opponent was unwise. Shinso fell silent, moving ahead while Izuku found himself in 9th place again. As he rounded the corner, the next obstacle came into view, a large pit that spanned the entire path. Judges stood by to enforce the rules against circumventing the obstacle. A calm voice reminded the students that if they felt unable to clear the challenges, they should notify the staff for assistance, as some obstacles could be dangerous. The only way across the pit was a series of thin sticks and rock pillars, spaced apart. Shoto had created ice bridges to cross easily, while Bakugo and Ida jumped across, and 𝐶𝐶U leaped from pillar to pillar with her frog-like agility. Ochako had activated her quirk to float across the pillars, but the manga student from Class 1B found his words too heavy, causing the pillars to crack. Monoma copied Ochako's quirk, making his way across while looking uneasy. Like the others, 𝗫𝐿 was attempting to navigate without using his quirk, which Izuku realized he would also need to do. With determination, he leaped to the first pillar, 6 meters from the edge of the hole. The wooden pillar wobbled slightly, but he landed lightly, accustomed to parkour and rooftop running. He proceeded cautiously, ensuring he didn't get too far ahead of his classmates. The next pillar crumbled slightly under his weight, but he jumped off just in time, landing on the next wooden pillar. He heard rumbling as 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐼 began to rebuild the pillar he had just destabilized. Present Mic announced that the first 10 students had started on the third obstacle, noting Shoto's lead, with Ochako and Tsuyu close behind. He continued to cheer for the participants, trying to maintain his energy despite Aizawa's efforts to quiet him. Izuku continued to jump from pole to pole, carefully adjusting his jumping power with each leap. Soon, Present Mic announced that the first 3 students had cleared the third obstacle, followed by the next 5. Izuku landed silently on the ground on the other side of the pit, proud of his stealth, and continued jogging along the track. It appeared that Akita had also made it through, and a new group of students had begun the second obstacle course. The narrator jogged slowly, mindful not to pressure 𝗫𝐿, who was running in front. There was no need to rush the lilac-haired boy and risk exhausting his energy, which could potentially slow them both down. Such a change in pace would likely draw 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's attention, who was clearly observing the competition. After the villain attack at USJ, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had every reason to suspect the presence of a traitor or villain within UA. It was hard to believe he wouldn't have considered such possibilities, given his intelligence and quirk. The track was clear now, requiring only running, and this was where Iida caught up with the other students ahead of him. Monoma, utilizing Iida's quirk, surged ahead as well. Present Mic announced that Monoma from Class 1B, Iida, Shoto, and Bakugo from Class 1A were competing fiercely for first place. Close behind them were the 2 girls, Ochako and Tsuyu, followed by 𝗫𝐿, Fukudashi, and Akita. Aizawa seemed to have momentarily lost focus, needing to pause his quirk. The narrator continued jogging, falling slightly behind Fukudashi, who was trying to increase his speed. Enhanced hearing picked up the heavy breathing of the students around, while the narrator maintained an even breath. They were all drenched in sweat, especially Bakugo, whose quirk relied on it. Present Mic then announced that Yaoyorozu Momo from Class 1A was catching up to the 9 students ahead, and she was riding a motorcycle. The narrator glanced back, hearing the rev of the motorcycle's engine as it approached. At this rate, finishing in 10th place seemed inevitable, which was not the desired outcome. The narrator decided to pick up the pace slightly, noticing Fukudashi's breath hitching as he reached his limit. The narrator passed him effortlessly, still not breathing heavily or sweating, while Fukudashi fell behind. Momo quickly caught up and passed Fukudashi, and she was about to overtake the narrator as well. The narrator contemplated their strategy for when Momo passed. Although finishing 9th was still an option, if another student gained speed and momentum, overtaking 𝗫𝐿 would become necessary. However, this could raise suspicions about 𝗫𝐿, especially since the narrator had previously had many opportunities to pass him but had chosen not to. From the perspective of onlookers, it might appear that 𝗫𝐿 had overtaken the narrator after coming from behind. This behavior could feel strange to 𝗫𝐿 himself. While it could be explained as a racing tactic to let opponents tire themselves out before making a move, the narrator was aware that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was watching closely. The shift from appearing to give their all to suddenly being able to pass 𝗫𝐿 could seem suspicious to someone as perceptive as 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Although the narrator could justify their actions as a tactic, the more astute students at UA, particularly 𝐒𝐮𝐬, might recognize the facade of hiding true strength. Such a notion could be dangerous, as once planted in someone's mind, it could lead to future complications. Just as the narrator worried about being overtaken, the 4th obstacle appeared, providing a timely distraction. Entering the large building that marked the 4th obstacle course, the narrator found themselves in a maze. They estimated it would take about a minute to navigate, while others might take 3 to 7 minutes. With that in mind, the narrator felt relieved about any potential overtakes. They slowed to a walk upon entering the maze, noting that the walls reached the ceiling, preventing anyone from flying over. Several paths branched from the entrance, and the narrator reflected on their childhood experiences in an orphanage that resembled a maze, giving them a good sense of navigation. The simplest way to solve a maze was the right-hand tactic, which involved keeping one hand on the wall to find the exit efficiently. As the narrator walked, they observed Monoma wandering through the paths, backtracking frequently. Ida, Tsu, Momo, and Shoto were also familiar with the tactic. The narrator followed slowly, as Shinso had raced off with Bakugo and Fukidashi. Ochako was nowhere in sight, and the others gradually disappeared from view. The narrator mentally marked the passages they traversed to avoid getting lost. The walls, constructed by Cementos, lacked the typical paint or building materials, but the narrator had trained themselves to memorize small details like cracks and crevices, allowing them to keep track of their path. Soon, they approached a path near the exit, aware that 4 other students were still in the maze, including Tsu, Ida, Momo, and Shoto. The sounds of footsteps echoed in the hollow air, and the narrator's enhanced hearing picked up on these details. With a sigh, they continued forward, confident in their navigation skills. A sigh escaped as the character turned around, feigning a sense of being lost. They backtracked a little further before taking a break, resting their head in their hands as if overwhelmed by despair. The surrounding noise gradually faded as Bakugo finally broke through the last few barriers, followed closely by Monoma. Shinso and Ochako had also made their way out, leaving Fukidashi and the remaining students entering from the entrance, their footsteps barely audible. This placed the character in 9th place. Rising to their feet, they continued to wander until they found their way to the entrance. Present Mike announced with enthusiasm that the 9th student was about to exit the final obstacle. With a burst of energy, the character sprinted the last stretch of the track, crossing the finish line. Other students were hydrating, and to blend in with their exhaustion, the character took a drink of water, splashing some on their face when no one was watching. Ida congratulated 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and the classmates gathered around, cheering joyfully for their friend's accomplishment. The girls celebrated, calling 𝐒𝐮𝐬 their beloved cinnamon roll. The character took another sip of water, recalling the earlier incident of feeling unwell and recognizing the importance of staying hydrated. They felt a wave of nausea from the socializing but managed to smile, expressing gratitude while admitting fatigue. They marveled at how quickly everyone else had completed the obstacle race and resolved to train harder to keep up. Seeking a moment of rest, they moved to the benches, where they sat quietly as half of the first-year students completed the race. Present Mike announced that a quarter of the first years had finished, declaring the obstacle race officially over. A brief intermission was called for both students and the audience, allowing everyone a moment to breathe. Curiosity arose among the students about why the race had stopped with only a quarter finished, and an explanation followed about the need to efficiently narrow down the participants for the next competitions. The character remained seated, still feeling a bit shaky from the previous challenge. The 5-minute break passed quickly, and the remaining students lined up in the arena before the podium. Midnight greeted them with a bright smile, announcing that they had all made it through the first round. The next competition would be a Capture the Flag team event, with the top 4 from the obstacle race, Ida, Momo, Bakugo, and Tsu, serving as team captains. With 200 students starting, only 40 remained, and each team would consist of 10 members. A student inquired about how teams would be assigned, and Midnight explained that ectoplasm would distribute papers indicating each student's name and their respective team captain. The winning team would be determined by the number of flags collected, with additional points awarded for retaining their own flag. Ectoplasm's clones began handing out the papers, and upon receiving theirs, the character noticed their team captain was Bakugo. A mental groan escaped them, realizing their luck had not improved. Most of the team members were from different classes, with only Kaminari, Kirishima, and Jiro as familiar faces. Kaminari asked Bakugo if he had a plan, to which Bakugo snapped back, annoyed and focused. The Capture the Flag competition would take place in a larger maze, designed to accommodate all 100 students. The character contemplated various strategies but decided to remain silent, knowing their primary goal was to protect their flag to advance to the next round. Midnight reminded everyone that only half of the teams would progress to the final round, raising the stakes for the Capture the Flag event. Bakugo finally commanded silence among the team, tired of the chatter and unproductive ideas. He outlined a plan, suggesting they split into 3 groups: defense, sabotage, and attack. The attack group would seek out flags from other teams, while the sabotage group would confront any members attempting to reach their flag. The character understood the plan, though Kaminari sought clarification about the defense group's role, which Bakugo bluntly explained was to protect their flag. The atmosphere shifted as the team prepared for the competition ahead, each member aware of the challenges that lay before them. The leader announced that everyone could choose their group, but they needed 5 members for the attack, 3 for sabotage, and 2 for defense. The leader would be in the attack group, so they needed 4 others. With eyes closed, the leader concentrated, visualizing the team members and their quirks on a mental list. Among the 10 members, they recognized Bakugo, 𝐲𝐬, Kaminari, and Kirishima. The remaining 4 were from Class 1B, and 1 was from General Education. The Class 1B students included Setsuna Tokage, a girl with green hair who resembled Tsuyu, though it was likely just a coincidence. Her quirk, Lizard Tail Splitter, allowed her to split her body into multiple pieces and control them. Yui Kodai had a black bob haircut and could alter the size of any inanimate object she touched, reverting it by touching her fingertips together. Reiko Yanagi, with white hair and an unusual posture, could telekinetically control nearby objects. Kojiro Bondo had a unique appearance with holes in his face, and his quirk, Semidine, enabled him to spray a fast-drying glue-like liquid from those holes. The general education student, Mikata Mori, had a quirk that created a weak force field around his body made of solid air. If Bakugo were in charge, he likely wouldn't allow students to choose their groups, knowing most would want to be in the attack or sabotage teams, leaving the defense group less appealing. Based on their quirks, Kodai and Yanagi would be effective in either attack group. Kojiro, lacking in offensive ability, would be better suited for defense or sabotage. Tokage, Bakugo, Kaminari, and 𝐲𝐬 would undoubtedly be in the attack group. Kirishima could also join the attack, while Kojiro would fit well in sabotage alongside Kodai and Yanagi. This arrangement left the leader and Mori to guard the flag. Both were nearly quirkless, meaning they would have to physically defend their flag against any attackers. Kaminari expressed his eagerness to join the attack group, and Tokage calmly agreed. The leader sighed, leaning back on their heels, as Present Mic announced that time was running out for discussions. Tensions rose as everyone began arguing over positions, prompting the leader to adjust their glasses and intervene. They urged the group to settle down and outline the final team structure: Kaminari, Tokage, Bakugo, 𝐲𝐬, and Kirishima in the attack group, Kojiro, Kodai, and Yanagi in sabotage, and the leader and Mori in defense. Surprised murmurs arose from the other students, questioning the leader's presence. 𝐲𝐬 introduced the leader as Shinshiro Akita, the well-known member of Class 1A. The leader acknowledged their reputation but focused on ensuring everyone understood the plan. Mori questioned why they should listen, feeling hurt by being placed in defense. The leader weighed their options, feeling their patience wearing thin, and took a deep breath. They explained that the group assignments were based on each person's abilities for maximum efficiency and a higher chance of winning. Mori pressed further, asking if that meant he was useless. The leader maintained a calm demeanor, emphasizing that defense was a crucial role and that all positions were equally important. They reminded everyone that keeping their flag would earn them more points than capturing another team's flag. Bakugo supported the leader's plan, urging the others to follow it. With only 30 seconds left, Present Mic instructed Ectoplasm to guide the groups to their flags and starting positions in the maze. Entering the maze, the leader and Mori stood next to their assigned dark green flag. The leader hoped that their predictions were correct and that they wouldn't have to fight the other students too much. The sabotage team was well structured to fend off any attackers, and Mori's quirk, though weak, provided a shield around him, allowing the leader to use him as protection if needed. With 30 minutes for the competition, the first 25 passed without incident. However, as the last 15 minutes approached, a group from Ida's team arrived at their flag area, causing the leader to tense up. The leader quietly warned Mori that trouble was approaching. The group included Shinso, Shoji, Sato, and 2 others from Class 1B. It was a 2 versus 5 situation, and they needed to hold off the attackers for 5 minutes. The leader assessed that the opposing team was not particularly combat-oriented and likely relied on Shinso's brainwashing quirk to secure flags from other teams. Shinso greeted them politely, but the leader quickly covered Mori's mouth to prevent him from responding. They instructed Mori not to engage with Shinso, preparing for the challenge ahead. His quirk allowed him to brainwash others, and responding to him meant falling under his control. A student from Class 1B remarked that he was not as nice as he seemed. He acknowledged that he wasn't kind when facing enemies, stating that kindness was not an option in such situations. As whispers of uncertainty circulated among his classmates, he overheard Sato confidently declare that they could handle the 2 opponents since there were only 2 of them. Sato consumed a sugar packet, bulking up before charging at him. He had previously removed his hand from Mori's mouth to avoid awkwardness, but as Sato rushed toward him, he quickly grabbed Sato again and pushed him in front of himself. Sato, shocked, activated his quirk instinctively to protect himself and took the hit meant for him. Ignoring Sato's struggle, he shifted his focus to the other 2 opponents. He dashed toward the Class 1B students, recognizing Fukudashi and Tetsu among them. He deemed Fukudashi the most dangerous due to his violent potential. Fukudashi shouted, causing words to clump and fall from the sky. He skillfully dodged the falling blocks, maneuvered behind Fukudashi, and struck the back of his neck, knocking him out. He decided to leave Tetsu for last, knowing that defeating him would take time. The key to overcoming multiple opponents was speed and surprise. If he took too long, they would have the chance to retaliate. He darted behind Shoji, catching the others off guard as they settled into defensive stances. Shoji had no time to prepare or counterattack, and he knocked him out in the same manner as Fukudashi. With both opponents crumpled on the floor, the remaining 2 began to react. Tetsu hardened his skin into steel and charged at him, while Shinso backed up behind Tetsu, attempting to communicate. Recognizing the challenge Tetsu posed, he avoided him and targeted Shinso instead. Moving swiftly, he almost appeared to teleport, appearing behind Shinso and delivering a precise chop to his neck, knocking him out smoothly. Tetsu, angry, demanded a more honorable fight, but he shrugged off the comment. He believed that effectiveness was more important than style. Tetsu launched himself at him, throwing a punch. He dodged beneath Tetsu's outstretched arm, firmly planted his feet, and launched himself upward, delivering a powerful punch to Tetsu's face. The impact sent Tetsu flying backward, crashing into the cement wall and collapsing on the ground, leaving an imprint behind. He noted that it took less force than he anticipated to knock Tetsu out. Suddenly he heard Mori shout for help, struggling against Sato, who was still in a sugar-fueled frenzy. Mori's force field flickered as he braced against Sato's attacks. Mori requested assistance, and he felt a surge of irritation at Mori's arrogance, considering he had already dealt with the others while Mori struggled. Nevertheless, he knew he had to help his team win the Capture the Flag competition to advance to the one-on-one matches. He sighed and moved toward Mori, who was breathing heavily and appeared pale from overexertion. Sato was tiring as well, and he quickly resolved the situation. After moving the other students to the side of the Capture the Flag arena, Present Mic announced that 30 minutes had ended, and the competition was officially over. He led an exhausted Mori out of the maze, regrouping with their team beneath the podium. He held their flag while Bakugo and the others carried a blue flag. They looked beaten but mostly conscious, and he noticed Ida searching for something, likely the Shinso group he had defeated earlier. Their blue flag belonged to Ida's team, who had also managed to capture Tsuyu's group's flag. Momo's team was the only one that had successfully protected their flag. In summary, Tsuyu's team had lost their flag, Ida's team had lost their flag but gained Tsuyu's, Momo's team had neither lost nor gained a flag, and their team had kept their flag while taking Ida's. Their sabotage team was missing, likely knocked out somewhere. Present Mic then announced the results. revealing that Tsuyu's and Ida's teams were out, while Momo's and Bakuga's teams had advanced. Ida expressed confusion about why his team was out despite having Tsuyu's flag, to which Midnight calmly explained that keeping their own flag was worth more points than capturing another team's flag. Monoma, also on Ida's team, questioned the fairness of the scoring, prompting a sigh from Midnight, who seemed irritated by his comments. Monoma and Ida, along with everyone else, were urged to listen closely. To protect something, one must learn to understand that safeguarding what is truly important is always more challenging than taking something away from someone else. The truth of her words resonated deeply. The speaker reflected on her own parents, who had failed to protect what should have been their most cherished possession, their child. The consequences of that failure weighed heavily on her, and she felt a sense of grim balance in their shared fate. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence as Midnight appeared visibly affected by her memories. No one dared to break the stillness, as the mood was not one conducive to open conversation. After a moment, Midnight shook off her thoughts and announced that everyone would have a 10-minute break. Ectoplasm would retrieve them when the break ended. Those who were out of the festival would not need to return, but for those still in, it was essential to come back. The next competition, the one-on-one matches, would soon be announced, along with the pairings. The group dispersed towards the exits, making their way to the resting rooms for competitors. Refreshments awaited them, and one individual settled into a corner, enjoying some milk tea and chips. Momo inquired about the remaining participants in the festival, noting that there should be 20 students, including herself. She wanted to keep track of who was still in the running. This piqued the interest of the observer, who was also eager to know the remaining competitors. With 20 students after the first round, 10 would remain, and after the second round of one-on-ones, only 5 would be left. A group battle was likely on the horizon due to the uneven numbers. The observer considered their chances, confident that they could defeat any opponent in a one-on-one match. Although lacking a quirk, they had honed their physical abilities and fighting skills through rigorous training in the underground ring, a one-on-one fighting arena. The goal was not to claim the top spot in the sports festival but to secure a place in the top 10, which would be sufficient for an internship at a prestigious hero agency. Among the 20 students were several familiar faces from their class: Kirishima, Kaminari, Ochako, Momo, Bakugo, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 Todoroki, Hitoshi Shinso, Setsuna Tokichi, Yui Kodai, Reiko Yanagi, Kojiro Bando, Mikata Mori, Itsuka Kendo, Ibara Shiozaki, Shirhai Kuwaro, Nairenjiki Shoda, Kinoko Komori, and one general education student who was unfamiliar. The observer felt satisfied to be included in this group. Momo nodded in understanding, and the observer felt a surge of confidence in their abilities. They were determined to perform well in the upcoming matches. The break continued with the observer enjoying their snacks, and true to Midnight's word, Ectoplasm returned to guide them back to the arena. Standing before Midnight on the podium, all 20 competitors faced forward with serious expressions. Midnight had a large blackboard behind her, covered with blank papers, likely concealing the pairings. Present Mike announced that the pairings would soon be revealed, directing everyone's attention to the large screens above the arena. Midnight, brimming with excitement, asked if they were ready to discover their opponents. With a flourish, she began announcing the first pairing: Shinshiro Akita and Hitoshi Shinso. The observer noted Shinso's subdued reaction, recognizing that the two would not be forming a friendly bond anytime soon. Shinshi's demeanor was sharp and defensive, a reflection of his edgy personality. The observer could relate but also recognize their own tendency to present a more amiable facade at school. As the pairings continued, the observer tuned out the other matches, focusing instead on their own upcoming challenge. Midnight explained the rules. The first to fall out of the ring would lose, but one could also lose by being unable to fight or by surrendering. The observer noted the restrictions against causing permanent harm or death, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. As Cementos activated his quirk, raising a platform for the match, the observer contemplated their strategy. They could easily defeat Shinso, knowing how his quirk functioned, but doing so too quickly might raise suspicions. The one-on-one format meant all eyes would be on them, and while they wanted to impress hero agencies, They also aimed to avoid drawing too much attention. With the platform ready, the observer took their position across from 𝗀𝐻. Both competitors prepared for the challenge ahead. Present mix countdown began, and as the match commenced, 𝗀𝐻 adopted a tactical stance, clearly intent on avoiding verbal engagement to activate his quirk. Instead, he seemed poised for an aggressive approach, likely hoping to catch the observer off guard during the fight. The observers steeled themselves, ready for whatever would unfold in the arena. 𝗀𝐻 approached, halting his charge and instead circling around. I mirrored his movements, realizing he had some tactical awareness in combat. He inquired about my feelings, teasingly referring to me as the Great Cinnamon Roll of Class 1A, and questioned whether I was scared of ruining his cover. It was as if he sensed my introverted nature and my discomfort with conversation. I simply shook my head in response. The crowd murmured, speculating on my silence, while Izuku, with a hint of boredom, pointed out that I was aware of 𝗀𝐻's quirk and suggested they figure it out themselves, declaring he had met his commentary quota for the night. In a moment of frustration, 𝗀𝐻 lunged forward, throwing a quick punch at my head. While it lacked force, the speed was surprising, designed to catch me off guard. I dodged by tucking my head down and weaving under his extended arm, using his momentum against him. I seized his arm, pivoted on my heel, and threw him to the ground with a decisive movement. He hit the floor with a thud, his body arching momentarily before he collapsed back down, breathing and winded. Present Mike, clearly invested in the match, exclaimed about my unexpected strength, questioning whether 𝗀𝐻 had been defeated. 𝗀𝐻 struggled to articulate his thoughts, visibly frustrated. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed his ankles as he lay on the floor, prompting him to shout in alarm. I dragged him towards the edge of the arena, his attempts to escape futile against my grip. With a swift motion, I tossed him out of the arena's boundary. The audience fell silent, taken aback by my casual yet decisive action. Present Mike announced my victory with little enthusiasm, still in shock. 𝗀𝐻, filled with rage, accused the hero core students of arrogance, claiming they had it easy and vowing to surpass us one day. I chose to ignore him and headed towards the resting room, awaiting my next opponent. The first round concluded with 10 students remaining: 𝐵𝐸𝐻, 𝐸𝐶𝐻𝐻, Ida, Shoto, Tokuge, 𝐼𝐵𝐻, Momo, Komori, Kodai, and myself. After the first round of one-on-one matches, 𝐒𝐽toplasm entered the resting room to guide us back to the podium where Midnight stood before a whiteboard. She exuberantly congratulated us for making it to round 2 and prepared to reveal the pairings. As she flipped over the photos, excitement filled the air. Midnight called out 𝐵𝐸𝐻's name, pairing him with 𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐵𝐻 𝐸𝐶𝐻𝐻. When she announced my name, I focused intently on who I would be matched against. If I faced a weaker student, I would need to work harder to make them appear stronger and manipulate the match to ensure my loss without raising suspicion. Conversely, if I faced a stronger opponent, it would be easier to lose without drawing attention. Finally, Midnight revealed my pairing, Todoroki Shoto. A wave of relief washed over me. Given Todoroki's reputation for speed and strength, it was the perfect match. Everyone already perceived him as stronger, which meant I wouldn't have to exert extra effort to maintain the illusion of competition. Being in the same class as him, I had observed his personality and quirk, giving me a solid chance to navigate the fight strategically. I dismissed the other pairings, grateful for the simplicity of my match. We returned to the waiting room, where 𝐸𝐶𝐻𝐻 and 𝐵𝐸𝐻 were the first to compete. I wished 𝐸𝐶𝐻𝐻 luck and chose to ignore 𝐵𝐸𝐻. Some students left to watch the match, but I opted to use the restroom first. Afterward, I stopped at a vending machine for a drink. As I paid for a soda, the machine rattled before dispensing my beverage. I opened it, enjoying the fizz as I took a deep sip, feeling the carbonation tingle down my throat. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted my moment. It was 𝗟𝐵𝐻 blocking my path. He rudely inquired about my name, and I felt my fists clench at my sides, resisting the urge to confront him directly. As 𝗀𝐻 fought against the urge to confront 𝗟𝐿, he remained silent, which only fueled 𝗟𝐿's irritation. The hero snapped at him, demanding to know who he thought he was to ignore him. 𝗀𝐻 politely acknowledged him with a slight bow, feeling a sense of wrongness in showing respect to someone he viewed as an abuser. He introduced himself, explaining that he was simply surprised to see his hero in front of him. 𝐼𝐻𝐻's smugness grew, and 𝗟𝐿 mentally sighed, finding the man incredibly annoying. He felt that having a hero was a distant dream, perhaps too late to pursue. 𝗟𝐻𝐻, with a broad smile, expressed appreciation for being considered a hero and inquired about 𝗏𝐿's performance at school. 𝗟𝐿, who had never spoken to anyone in class, especially not the ice king of 1A, responded that 𝗏𝐿 was an amazing classmate, kind to everyone, and one of the strongest in their class. He intentionally baited 𝗟𝐻𝐻, knowing the dark history of the Todoroki family and the corruption he had uncovered. 𝗟𝐻𝐻's voice tightened at the mention of 𝗏𝐿's strength, and 𝗟𝐿 felt satisfaction at having taken the bait. He continued, emphasizing 𝗏𝐿's strength and suggesting that 𝗟𝐻𝐻 must be proud of him, adding a hint of sarcasm to his tone. 𝗟𝐻𝐻's demeanor shifted as he asked who else might be as strong as 𝗏𝐿. 𝗟𝐿 considered the question, smiling as he mentioned 𝐵𝐾𝐽. When 𝗟𝐻𝐻 pressed for more names, 𝗟𝐿, genuinely curious, asked if he could be considered as strong as 𝗏𝐿. He felt confident that if he tried, he could outmaneuver 𝗟𝐻𝐻, even if the hero was physically stronger. 𝗟𝐻𝐻 noted 𝗟𝐿's confidence and remarked on the similarity of his fighting style and quirk to 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿. He warned 𝗟𝐿 that he would never reach 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿's level and that it was better for him to have his dreams crushed now rather than later. 𝗟𝐿 recognized the similarity to a conversation he had with 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿, realizing that the two heroes shared more in common than they might think. He responded with a polite smile, acknowledging 𝗟𝐻𝐻's belief that he was too weak to surpass 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿. However, he asserted that 𝗏𝐿 was not like 𝗟𝐻𝐻 and would surpass him, even achieving more than 𝗟𝐻𝐻 could ever hope for. His tone shifted to a darker, deeper one, revealing a hidden edge. 𝗟𝐻𝐻's eyes widened in surprise, and 𝗟𝐿 seized the moment to slip past him. As he walked away, he felt a sense of camaraderie with 𝗏𝐿, hoping they could be friends, even if just for a moment. Later, while navigating the halls, 𝗟𝐿 turned a corner and spotted 𝗏𝐿, feeling as though he was encountering every member of the Todoroki family that day. 𝗏𝐿 acknowledged their upcoming match, and 𝗟𝐿 nodded, noting 𝗏𝐿's arrogance and the pressure it seemed to exert on others. 𝗏𝐿 declared his strength and capability, mentioning 𝗟𝐻𝐻 as his father and his ambition to surpass both him and 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿. 𝗟𝐿 challenged 𝗏𝐿's confidence, questioning whether he thought 𝗟𝐿 would be intimidated by such arrogance. 𝗏𝐿 flinched at the harsh words, and 𝗟𝐿 pressed on, asking if 𝗟𝐻𝐻 had influenced his attitude. 𝗏𝐿, refusing to discuss his father, mentioned his quirk of fire and ice, and 𝗟𝐿 pointed out that he had only seen 𝗏𝐿 use ice. He expressed his hope to see 𝗏𝐿 utilize his fire in their fight, insisting that he wouldn't lose to someone not using their full strength. 𝗏𝐿's anger flared as he explained that he refused to use his fire, wanting to become the #1 hero without it. 𝗟𝐿 felt a pang of sadness for 𝗏𝐿, recognizing the struggle he faced against his past. As he walked past 𝗏𝐿, he reiterated his determination not to lose to someone holding back. Finally, as 𝗟𝐿 entered the waiting room, he heard Present Mike announce the results of the previous match, followed by the announcement of his own upcoming battle against 𝗏𝐿. ectoplasm, waiting for him, informed 𝗟𝐿 that it was his turn to compete. Following ectoplasm to the arena, 𝗟𝐿 saw 𝗏𝐿 walking out with a clone. Once they reached the arena, they stood facing each other until Midnight shouted for the match to begin. 𝗏𝐿 immediately froze the entire floor, creating a slippery surface. Anticipating the move, 𝗟𝐿 jumped to avoid being immobilized and landed on the icy ground. He felt comfortable on the ice, having trained on similar surfaces during winter, preparing for situations like this. The ice felt fragile beneath him, more like water than the solid surface he was used to. As 𝗏𝐿 launched ice walls in his direction, he took off in a full sprint toward him. 𝗏𝐿 raised his hand defensively, preparing to strike, but he seized 𝗏𝐿's left arm, leaped, and twisted his body in an arc over him. He turned 𝗏𝐿's arm and brought him down to the ground. He hissed at 𝗏𝐿, questioning why he wouldn't use his fire. 𝗏𝐿 responded with an angry glare, declaring he would never acknowledge his father or his quirk. creating distance between them, he knew he had to tire 𝗏𝗱 out until his body began to freeze from overusing his ice abilities. 𝗏𝗱 continued to send ice walls his way, and he skillfully dodged each one. 𝗏𝗱 attempted to close the gap, aiming for a close-range attack. The right side of 𝗏𝗱's body was already covered in a thin layer of ice, his temperature dropping from excessive use of his quirk. He could see 𝗏𝗱's breath fogging the air as he struggled to maintain his stamina. 𝗏𝗱 demanded he stop dodging and fight like a real man. Shifting his weight, he tilted his head, reflecting on the constant pressure to conform to that idea. 𝗏𝗱 gritted his teeth in frustration, and he smiled widely, reminding him that if he didn't utilize his left side, he would never defeat him. Emphasizing 𝗏𝗱's last name instead of his first was a deliberate choice, hoping to provoke him into using his fire abilities. Time was running out for 𝗏𝗱. Sticking to his right side was freezing him further. If he tapped into his left side, he could warm himself back up. 𝗏𝗱 let out a frustrated sound, and he noticed steam beginning to rise from his left side, indicating a change was happening. This could work. He wanted to lose to 𝗏𝗱 at his full strength. It would enhance his reputation in front of various hero agencies and improve his chances for an internship. 𝗏𝗱 took a deep breath, trying to calm his resolve, insisting he wouldn't use his fire no matter what was said. Frustration bubbled within him at 𝗏𝗱's stubbornness. If provoking him wouldn't work, he decided to feign encouragement instead. He shouted 𝗏𝗱's name loudly, drowning out present mixed commentary. As 𝗏𝗱 hurled a massive ice wall toward him, he chose to punch through it, ignoring the sting in his knuckles as the wall shattered. He charged toward 𝗏𝗱, exclaiming that it was his power and questioning why he couldn't see that. He proclaimed that 𝗏𝗱's father didn't control him and that by refusing to use his abilities, he was limiting his potential. He urged 𝗏𝗱 to embrace his power. Launching himself into the air mid-sprint, he folded his body into a dive, committing all his strength and speed to this one decisive attack aimed at 𝗏𝗱. 𝗏𝗱's eyes widened as he realized the intensity of the incoming strike. He braced himself, but he had calculated the distance perfectly, knowing 𝗏𝗱 wouldn't have time to retaliate effectively. Focusing on 𝗏𝗱's left side meant that any attempt to block or counter would take precious seconds he couldn't afford. 𝗏𝗱 faced a choice. He could lose and remain overshadowed by his father's legacy, or he could unleash his fire and seize victory. He wouldn't have time to deliberate, but instinct would guide him. Suddenly, flames erupted from 𝗏𝗱's left side, and the air crackled with energy, sending him hurtling back. He collided with the arena wall, leaving an imprint as he struggled to maintain consciousness. Pain throbbed in his head, and darkness began to creep in. The last thing he saw was 𝗏𝗱 standing still on the raised stage of the arena before everything faded to black. The arena had erupted not due to any explosive quirk but because of a sudden thermal shock. Rapid temperature changes can create explosive forces, and he understood this principle. The excessive ice walls had cooled the surrounding air, and when 𝗏𝗱 finally activated his fire, it caused a dramatic shift in temperature, resulting in an explosive reaction. The air had contracted and then expanded rapidly, creating immense wind pressure. Mix that with Izuku's falling gravitational force and his enhanced physical abilities, which produced a result akin to the anime's Izuku with his one-for-all kick. Essentially, Izuku in this story managed to generate his own massive wind pressure using his heightened physical capabilities, and when those two wind pressures collided, they created an explosive force. Izuku blinked his eyes open, trying to clear the fog enveloping his mind, like shackles binding him. His vision was blurry as he gazed up at the bright, clinical hospital lights. Someone spoke, and he turned his head to see Recovery Girl bustling around the room, gathering first aid supplies as she tended to a patient on the cot beside him. She gently kissed the patient's hand before starting to bandage their injuries and apply antibiotics. After finishing with the other patient, she approached Izuku's side. She handed him a bar of chocolate and smiled kindly, noting that he had taken quite a hit. Izuku nodded in thanks, his mouth too dry to respond verbally. She gestured for water, and she quickly went to the small refrigerator, returning with a bottle and handing it to him. He took grateful sips of the clear liquid before opening the chocolate bar and taking a bite. Despite just waking up, he felt exhausted, a side effect of Recovery Girl's quirk. Experiencing it firsthand was intriguing. Recovery Girl continued typing away at a computer, filing a report on their injuries for the school's database. She remarked that he had quite an intense match. Izuku acknowledged this, his voice gravelly as he cleared his throat and confirmed that it had indeed been intense. It ended as he had expected. Achieving his goal wasn't too difficult. He wanted to make it seem like 𝗏𝗱 had defeated him purely through superior strength without making his defeat appear so easy that hero agencies would overlook him. He sat up in his hospital cot, stretching his back a little. He felt relatively solid despite the fatigue, which he recognized as a mere side effect. Silently, he slid out of bed and put on his shoes. His shirt had been removed, replaced by bandages covering his upper torso completely. Recovery Girl noticed and urged him to sit back down and rest a little longer, reminding him that there was no rush to go anywhere since he had no more matches left. Izuku feigned shock, asking if he had lost. She confirmed that it had been a very close match, explaining that both of them had lost consciousness simultaneously. However, Todoroki had managed to stay in the arena while Izuku had been propelled out of bounds. She reassured him that it was purely luck-based and encouraged him not to feel too down, noting that being on par with Todoroki was an accomplishment in itself. While he appreciated her sentiment, it irritated him slightly, as it felt like she didn't truly believe he could compete with 𝗏𝗱. It frustrated him when people underestimated others based on their quirks, especially since 𝗏𝗱's half-cold and half-hot quirk was among the strongest in the new generation of heroes. In contrast, his own quirk was simply an enhancement, leading to biased expectations of victory. His longing for revenge stemmed from wanting to prove those who had wronged him wrong. It might sound angsty, but at this point he had little else to live for, aside from perhaps annoying the League of Villains. Regardless, his loss had not been due to luck, although he couldn't share that with Recovery Girl. He lay back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had launched himself at Todoroki in a way that caused his body to fly out of bounds when the air pressure detonated. It had been straightforward. He was airborne, while 𝗏𝗱 was grounded. The height and angle of his launch ensured he would fly out of bounds. Simple physics. He noticed 𝗏𝗱 regaining consciousness on the cot next to him, and Recovery Girl offered him chocolates, echoing her earlier words to Izuku. 𝗏𝗱 responded with a simple acknowledgement, revealing himself to be a man of few words. Ectoplasm entered the room, informing 𝗏𝗱 that he had a match coming up soon against Tokage and Iida, while Bakugo was currently facing Ochako. Izuku found the upcoming match interesting, as Ochako had a decent chance of winning if she utilized her quirk to its fullest potential. Ectoplasm asked 𝗏𝗱 if he wanted to move to the 4th round after the first 3 matches, but 𝗏𝗱 declined, stating that 3 rounds sounded fine. Izuku quietly exited his hospital cot again, sensing that no one would stop him this time, and left the room. Just as he was about to pass through the doorway of Recovery Girl's office, 𝗏𝗱 called out to him. He paused and looked back, seeing Ectoplasm seated near 𝗏𝗱's cot. 𝗏𝗱 expressed his gratitude, though it seemed painful for him to voice such words. Izuku responded with a simple acknowledgement, wondering if he could leave now. 𝗏𝗱 continued, reflecting on his quirk and how he had always viewed his father as corrupting. He had vowed never to accept his father's side after the way he treated him and his mother. Ectoplasm, sensing the discomfort, recognized the truth in 𝗏𝗱's family situation, understanding that 𝗟𝗏's influence had allowed him to manipulate public opinion and cover up incidents. 𝗏𝗱 revealed that he had sealed off the left side of his body, wanting nothing to do with his father. However, he acknowledged that to succeed his father, he needed to be stronger and protect those he loved. With determination in his voice, he declared that he would use his father's power to achieve things his father would never accomplish. Gratitude filled the air as one student reflected on the realization that their quirk was not solely inherited from their father but also from their mother. They understood that both abilities belonged to them, free to be used as they wished, without any control from their father, no matter how he tried to manipulate the situation. After this heartfelt moment, the student awkwardly acknowledged it with a thumbs up and a shy smile before quickly exiting the room. The open discussions made them feel uneasy, so they made their way back to the arena to catch the match between Bakugo and Ochako. Upon entering the audience area, they returned to their seat just in time to witness the fierce competition. 𝐻𝐴𝐽 stood her ground against 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽, and while others might not have noticed, she was skillfully levitating chunks of the broken stage, setting a clever trap to outmaneuver 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽. Kneeling on one knee, she was met with an uproar from the crowd, who shouted their support for her. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they criticized 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽's aggressive tactics, questioning his heroism and fairness in the fight. The student rolled their eyes at the blatant sexism in the crowd's remarks. They believed that 𝐻𝐴𝐽 was in the perfect position to turn the tide of the battle. With 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 visibly shaken by the audience's jeers, she was buying herself precious time and energy to unleash her plan. The student felt a surge of confidence in 𝐻𝐴𝐽's ability to defeat 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽, regardless of her gender. With some effort, 𝐻𝐴𝐽 rose to her feet, resting her hands on her knees, breathing from exertion. 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 looked down at her, a mix of emotions crossing his face. A smirk spread across 𝐻𝐴𝐽's face as she brought her fingertips together, releasing her anti-gravity hold on the debris above 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽. The crowd fell silent as the rocks began to descend. 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽, caught off guard, quickly raised his hand to unleash his explosive quirk, attempting to blast the falling debris before it could reach him. He managed to destroy some of the rocks, but not all, and soon found himself buried beneath a pile of rubble. The audience held their breath, and for the first time, the student felt a sense of camaraderie with one of their classmates. Perhaps 𝐻𝐴𝐽 would be the only one they could respect in their class for now. After a moment of silence, 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 emerged from the debris, battered and covered in dust and scrapes. He swayed slightly as he attempted to regain his balance, raising his hands to retaliate with an explosion. However, the damage he had sustained left him weakened, and in a swift moment, 𝐻𝐴𝐽 took advantage of his vulnerability to push him out of the ring. As she made contact with his shoulders, 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 unleashed his explosion, sending her flying backward while he slid but managed to stay within the boundaries. The student felt a newfound respect for 𝐻𝐴𝐽's performance. She had fought valiantly, proving herself to be a formidable opponent. They thought to themselves that perhaps Uraraka 𝐻𝐴𝐽 was not as unremarkable as they had initially believed. For now, she was their favorite classmate. As the matches continued, the student found themselves lost in thought, analyzing their classmates' quirks and battle strategies. This knowledge would be invaluable for future encounters, especially if they ever faced any of them in their villain form. 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 claimed first place, as expected, with 𝗪𝗪 following closely in second, despite his belief that he could secure victory without using his left side. 𝐻𝐴𝐽 took third place, while 𝗀𝐽𝐽 secured fourth after a swift match against 𝗂𝐮 and 𝗪𝗪, where she quickly eliminated 𝗂𝐮. 𝗀𝐽𝐽's fight against 𝗪𝗪 was memorable. He struggled to defeat her due to her unique quirk, which allowed her to manipulate pieces of her body. 𝗪𝗪's attacks were primarily ground-based, making it difficult for him to counter her aerial maneuvers. Ultimately, 𝗪𝗪 managed to outlast her, but not without sustaining some frostbite from his own powers. Afterward, he returned to the nurse's office to warm up. In her match against 𝐻𝐴𝐽 for third place, 𝗀𝐽𝐽 was expected to win easily. However, 𝗀𝐴𝐽 surprised everyone by wearing down 𝗀𝐽𝐽's stamina, using a piece of the ground weakened from previous battles as a makeshift weapon. Spinning like a top, she dismantled 𝗀𝐽𝐽's attempts to reach her, ultimately breaking enough of her pieces that 𝗀𝐽𝐽 could no longer regenerate. Although 𝗀𝐴𝐽 was visibly exhausted afterward, it was clear that 𝗀𝐽𝐽 possessed an incredibly strong quirk. The only time she was defeated was when her stamina ran out. The student pondered the implications of 𝗀𝐽𝐽's abilities. Defeating her would be a challenge without proper equipment, but they considered that with the right tools, it might be possible. However, 𝗀𝐽𝐽's core body, where her main consciousness resided, added another layer of complexity to any potential confrontation. The final match between 𝗪𝗪 and 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 for first place was intense, with Todoroki's wide-area ice attacks countering 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽's explosive abilities. The battle raged on, showcasing the strengths and weaknesses of both combatants. 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐽 successfully navigated through Todoroki's icy barrage and delivered a powerful explosion to Todoroki's back, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Present Mike announced the upcoming awards as Todoroki regained consciousness in the Recovery Girl's office for the third time that day. Excitement bubbled within as the 3 students ascended the podium to receive their medals. It was time for the celebration. Shigaraki manipulated the Nomu using a game-like system I had designed, and I watched as the Nomu sprang into action, lunging toward the audience below and seizing a low-ranked hero I didn't recognize. All Nomus possess enhanced strength, far beyond that of an average human. This foundational trait allows them to exhibit strength 2 to 3 times greater than typical humans. In a swift motion, the Nomu incapacitated the low-ranking hero, leaving the crowd in shock. The chaos began to unfold, and I felt a sense of pride, knowing I had a hand in creating the Nomu. Shigaraki may have controlled it, but I deserved credit for its existence. Confusion and panic erupted among the heroes surrounding the fallen hero. The audience remained largely unaware of the attack, their focus still on the 3 students at the center of the stadium. I remained seated, hoping to avoid drawing attention to myself. Soon, screams pierced the air as panic spread through the crowd. Whispers of confusion circulated as people questioned what was happening, and the realization of danger began to dawn on them. The Nomu unleashed a quirk I had programmed, releasing a green fog that enveloped its surroundings. This toxic cloud expanded outward, creating a hazardous zone. Anyone caught within a 5-foot radius faced immediate peril, while those further out could suffer long-term effects if exposed for too long. The audience began to stampede toward the exits, desperate to escape the poisonous fog, unaware of the exact area of danger. All Might, positioned near the Nomu, remained unharmed due to his natural resistance to toxins. He quickly initiated an evacuation for the heroes around him. The Nomu continued its rampage, attacking anyone within reach. It twisted limbs and incapacitated individuals with alarming speed. Aizawa took time to nullify the Nomu's quirk, having been stationed in a watchtower for commentary. His line of sight was obstructed, delaying his response. That brief moment cost lives, but once the Nomu's quirk was neutralized, the fog began to dissipate. The Nomu was left vulnerable, and the heroes seized the opportunity to counterattack. As the crowd continued to rush for the exits, I stood up to blend in. All Might restrained the Nomu, while a hero with a metal-bending quirk attempted to secure it with a makeshift cuff. The Nomu easily broke free, and I couldn't help but scoff at their underestimation of its strength. All Might maintained his grip, and the police arrived with an Iron Maiden for the Nomu, accompanied by the sound of approaching ambulances. I followed the crowd out of the stadium, covering my mouth like others, not out of fear of the gas, but to conceal the smile of satisfaction on my face. The plan had unfolded perfectly. In Izuku's perspective, an announcement echoed across the UA campus, stating that no one would be allowed to leave. The campus was under lockdown, and an investigation would commence. Students were instructed to return to their homerooms, while civilians were asked to remain calm, assured that the attacker had been subdued. The lockdown was necessary for the police to investigate any potential accomplices. As the announcement concluded, I could hear the gates of UA closing in the distance. The lockdown had begun. Many people frantically searched for their friends and family, while students appeared lost and bewildered as they returned to their classes. I followed 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and Kaminari back to class, both of them silent. The last image of the Nomu I had was its profile being confined within an Iron Maiden, surrounded by a pile of unmoving bodies. It was unclear who was alive and who was not. Upon entering our homeroom, we took our seats quietly. Most of my classmates were in shock over the attack. Bakugo and Todoroki, the award winners, had returned as well, having been the farthest from the chaos during the incident. Todoroki remained expressionless, while Bakugo appeared ready to unleash his frustration on someone. Everyone else sat in their seats with blank expressions, and it didn't seem like anyone was missing. A smirk crept onto my face. This was incredibly entertaining. Their reactions were just as I had anticipated. Being a villain was indeed rewarding, and the feeling of satisfaction and accomplishment was exhilarating. Did I feel pity for the heroes? Not really. Did I feel pity for my classmates? A little. I felt slightly remorseful that they had to endure an attack like this at such a young age. Yet, I couldn't honestly say I felt regret. The door slid open, and I recognized the uneven footsteps of our homeroom teacher, Aizawa, who had arrived. He looked weary and troubled as he took his place in front of the class. He informed us that we were all aware of the attack that had occurred during our competition. For those who had been in 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽 office, it happened during the awards ceremony when our classmates were supposed to receive their accolades. He sighed, rubbing his forehead and eyes, before revealing the grim news. There were a total of 24 casualties, 16 civilians and 8 heroes. 40 people had been taken to the hospital, but thankfully, there was no damage to the school itself. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they covered their mouths. 24 casualties, exactly what I had calculated. Did Shigaraki plan this? That would be amusing if true. Aizawa continued, stating that the school was on lockdown and no one was allowed to leave. He encouraged anyone with family or friends present to contact them. A rustle filled the room as everyone pulled out their phones to message their loved ones. I took mine out too, just to blend in. I considered reaching out to Shigaraki and 𝐼𝐻𝐽, knowing that Nizu and the police were likely monitoring our messages. In the group chat, I texted that I was okay. Krusty responded immediately, indifferent to my situation. I rolled my eyes at his lack of concern. Kurumama expressed relief that I was safe, and I begged for something delicious to eat when I got home. Kurumama promised to make katsudon, which made me smile. Shigaraki sent a playful middle finger emoji, while 𝐼𝐻𝐽 sent hearts in response to my message. I felt a warmth in my chest. Before, I had no friends or family to reach out to. These two had become a part of the makeshift family we created together. I even moved out of my apartment to live in the rooms 𝐼𝐻𝐽 provided above the bar. We were all broken by society, but we had banded together, finding happiness in our shared interests. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts, and Aizawa instructed us to put our phones away before sliding the door open. In the doorway stood Nizu, Detective Tsukachi, and Kenji, the dog police. Aizawa welcomed them in, and they stood before the class. Nizu introduced them, explaining that they had some questions for us. He acknowledged that we were all aware of the attack and that UA was collaborating with the Mustafu Police Department to investigate. They would question each of us individually while our memories were still fresh and would briefly look through some of our belongings. They assured us that we were not to blame, but it was crucial to find any accomplices since the villain they had captured was merely a puppet. They had already deduced that it was a Nomu. Nizu announced that they would proceed in seating order. Aoyama stood up and followed Nizu and the others out of the classroom, taking his belongings with him. I couldn't hear their conversation, but I wasn't too concerned. I had prepared in advance to ensure there was no evidence pointing back to me. The reason for questioning our class first was likely due to the attack occurring during our grade competition. It may not have been a strong lead, but they were using whatever they had. After Aoyama's questioning, they moved through the seating chart until they reached me. Aizawa called my name, and I took a deep breath, standing up from my seat to follow him out of the class. Detective Tsukachi led me further down the hall, creating a distance between my classmates and us. He reassured me that there was no need to be scared, they were just going to ask questions without placing blame. I offered a weak smile, attempting to mask my nervousness. Despite their efforts to ease our anxiety, the situation was still daunting. I acknowledged their request for a brief summary of what I had witnessed. Taking a deep breath, I began my recount. I had to be careful not to lie, especially with Detective Tsukachi present. If he asked whether I was involved in the attack, I could truthfully say no, as my role had been more about assisting and setting up rather than direct involvement. A half-truth would suffice. I explained that I had woken up after my match with Todoroki in 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽's office. Ectoplasm had entered and informed Todoroki that his match was coming up, checking on his health for the fight. I made sure to refer to Todoroki with respect, using honorifics to appear polite and timid in the eyes of the teachers. It was a simple tactic to avoid raising any suspicions. After all, how could someone who seemed scared of their classmate be considered a villain? They would likely think this subconsciously. After leaving 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽's office, the character returned to the audience and took a seat in the bleachers next to classmates, as assigned by Aizawa-sensei. Watching Uraraka's match against Bakugo stirred mixed feelings. It felt unpleasant to show respect towards Bakugo. The character was genuinely invested in all their classmates' fights, admiring their skills and hoping to one day fight like them, a slightly bitter smile appearing on their face. Aizawa twitched slightly, possibly bothered by the character's self-deprecating thoughts. He had strong morals and was meant to be a hero, always trying to save those in need. If only the character had met him sooner, they thought bitterly, maybe they wouldn't have ended up this way. However, Kurumama gave off a similar vibe, so it didn't matter much. As emotions swelled, the character forced their voice to tremble, expressing the weight of their feelings. When the awards were being handed out, a strange figure near the heroes began to act oddly. Tsukachi inquired about the figure's behavior, looking at the character with an expression that showed he didn't suspect them of being a traitor. The character's story had been consistent up to this point, after all. They described how the figure suddenly stood up and launched an attack against one of the heroes, covering their face to play into the trope of being weak and emotional. Tears welled up as they continued, recounting how they witnessed a villain take down a hero instantly, followed by the villain releasing purple smoke that caused chaos among the crowd. They had evacuated with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Kaminari amidst the panic. Nizu, observing from Aizawa's shoulder, found the character's focus on the villain curious. He questioned why they weren't more concerned with the awards ceremony, considering their classmates had won the sports festival. The character had anticipated this question and had a prepared response. They uncovered their face slightly, blushing as they admitted a bit of embarrassment about not particularly liking 𝐂𝐵𝐸. This was a safe answer, one that wouldn't trigger Tsukachi's quirk. Nizu expressed confusion at this revelation, prompting the character to wave their hands in front of them, feeling quite hungry. They clarified that while they respected 𝐂𝐵𝐸's strength and coolness, their personalities clashed, leading to a sense of bitterness over his potential victory. A few stutters and an embarrassed expression added to their performance. Nizu smiled gently, finding the character's feelings reasonable. He reminisced about Aizawa and Mick's early days, noting how they used to clash but had since formed a strong bond. The character struggled to suppress an eye roll, doubting they would ever get along with 𝐂𝐵𝐸. They playfully remarked on Aizawa and Mick's past conflicts, eliciting a flustered reaction from Aizawa and a chuckle from Nizu. The character recognized that humor could subtly lower suspicion from those questioning them. Tsukachi reminded everyone that there were still many students to interview, urging them to keep moving. The character handed over their belongings and assisted in unlocking their phone messages and contacts. Curiosity sparked as Tsukachi questioned a contact name, leading to a flush of embarrassment as the character explained that it was their brother. Nizu noted that the character's file indicated they were an only child, prompting the character to clarify that their brother was adopted. Kenji found this cute, and the character explained that Kurumama was another roommate who helped with cooking and shared rent. They confirmed that they lived at the address listed on their file, lying with an innocent smile about how much help their roommates provided. Nizu thanked the character for their time and allowed them to return to class. After they handed back their belongings, the next student was called for questioning. Mineta left the classroom with his belongings, and soon after, Aizawa rushed back in, likely having discovered something concerning. Mineta's distressed cries echoed as the door slid shut behind Aizawa. It seemed they had found a note linked to the League of Villains. Mineta returned to the classroom, looking shocked and claiming that someone had planted incriminating items in his bag. He insisted he was not the traitor, but the others exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to respond. Everyone wanted to believe that Mienta wasn't the traitor, especially since he was a classmate, but the truth was that they hadn't known him for long. He had a reputation for being quite eccentric. Silence enveloped the classroom as the investigation continued. Aizawa eventually returned and announced that the class was dismissed after a thorough 30-minute inquiry conducted by UA and the police department. He mentioned that they would hold a press conference the following day, granting everyone a day off. Aizawa looked weary as he rubbed his forehead and added that he needed to assist Nizu with investigating the other class before leaving, slamming the door behind him. For a moment, the class remained still, each student processing the day's events. One student stood up to gather their belongings and slid open the door, being the first to leave. They flagged down a UA security staff member to unlock one of the doors leading out of the secured campus. Once outside, the student headed home to their apartment, a precaution in case anyone was following them. After spending 30 minutes scrolling through their phone, they waited an additional 15 minutes before deciding to go to the bar. They hoped they weren't being followed by a UA staff member. Upon arrival, the student knocked on the door using the code taught by Shigaraki and 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 opened the door, and they walked through the short hallway into the bar. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 handed them a plate of food, and the student expressed gratitude, feeling relieved to finally eat. They mentioned how hungry they had been, jokingly suggesting they might have starved. Shigaraki, nearby, found the comment amusing. The student took a large bite of katsudon and noted that a phone call was expected soon. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 inquired about which phone to use, revealing a closet filled with burner phones. The student pointed to one that had the number written down. Just as they finished their meal, the phone rang, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 answered, using a voice changer to deepen his voice. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 introduced himself and asked who was on the line, expressing concern for Mineta. When Nizu identified himself, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 feigned needing to leave. Nizu, sounding desperate, asked for their identity and connection to Mineta. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 glanced at the student, silently seeking guidance. The student whispered to reveal their identity, mentioning they were part of the League of Villains and had also been involved in the USJ incident. Shigaraki agreed, seeing the potential for notoriety and a chance for the student to shift blame for the sports festival attack onto Mineta. With both in agreement, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 confirmed their identity as the League of Villains. He placed the call on speaker, and Nizu reacted with concern upon recognizing them. The student instructed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to hang up, and after a moment of hesitation, he complied. The student broke the SIM card and they disposed of the evidence in a fire outside the bar before returning inside. They discussed the possibility of being tracked from the call and debated whether to stay at the bar or return to the student's apartment. Shigaraki claimed the bed, which prompted a protest from the student about it being their bed. Shigaraki shrugged, insisting he had dibs, while the student expressed frustration. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, bound to protect Shigaraki, confirmed he would accompany him. The student, feeling exasperated, threw their hands up in defeat, allowing them to do as they pleased. Once they arrived at the apartment, Shigaraki covered his mouth, expressing concern about potential hazards inside. The student reassured him that there was nothing dangerous. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 observed the sparse decor, noting the emptiness of the space. The student explained that they rarely spent time there, preferring to be with their friends. Shigaraki teased the student about acknowledging them as family, which made the student blush and retort that he was annoying. Shigaraki continued to jest, claiming that the student loved him and 𝐼𝐻𝐬. The student half-heartedly flipped him off and ushered them inside, locking the door behind them and turning on the lights. They informed the others that there were only 2 bedrooms, so one of them would need to sleep on the couch. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 volunteered for the couch and headed to the kitchen, disappointed to find the refrigerator empty. The student suggested ordering groceries instead of risking a trip outside. Shigaraki claimed one of the bedrooms, leaving the smaller one for the student, who didn't mind since they had plans for the night that would keep them busy. After informing the others that a shower and an early night were on the agenda, the protagonist noticed Shigaraki lounging on the couch, absorbed in the search for something to watch, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 meticulously arranged the kitchenware. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 acknowledged the plan with a simple response, and Shigaraki merely grunted in agreement. Once refreshed from the shower, the protagonist settled in front of the computer, grabbing a piece of scratch paper and a pen to create a to-do list for the night. The first task was to review all the security footage from the day to ensure that no traces were left behind. Tuning into police and hero agency radios was next, hoping to discover whether UA had managed to trace the call. Securing the digital footprint of the League of Villains was crucial to avoid detection. Additionally, accessing UA's filing system to find the results of the day's questioning was essential, as any useful information could aid in planning future moves and exploring internship opportunities with various hero agencies. With the monitors powered on, the protagonist began with the first task. There wasn't much to clean up, but more blackouts were added throughout the day to avoid drawing suspicion to the earlier blackout. The footage showed no incriminating evidence, and the Nomu appeared regularly, blending in with the crowd. The radios played in the background, only relaying standard reports, indicating that they were likely in the clear. It seemed UA had not managed to track the call, which was a relief. Next, the protagonist focused on covering digital tracks and activities, just in case the government or UA attempted to trace them. Breaching UA's firewalls, they accessed the filing system and began sifting through the results of the day's questioning. It appeared that Nizu, Aizawa, Detective Tsukachi, and Kenji had spent hours compiling their findings. The summary revealed that their attention was primarily directed toward classes 1A, 1B, and 1C, the only general education course that had been questioned. It was likely that the investigation would continue with other classes the following day, but today's focus was on the first years. The report indicated that the potential suspects would be monitored for any suspicious activity moving forward. The list included 𝗫𝐻, Mineta, Bakugo, 𝐼𝐬, and Tokoyami. A sense of relief washed over the protagonist, knowing they had successfully evaded suspicion. 𝗫𝐻 was under scrutiny due to his quirk and his apparent disdain for hero core students. Mineta was suspected because of evidence planted earlier, while Bakugo was labeled a bully by Aizawa, a fitting description. Minoma faced similar suspicion as Bakugo. 𝐼𝐬's statements had raised red flags for dishonesty during his interview, particularly when questioned about villains. He had attempted to cover for himself by admitting a familial connection to a villain, a fact that was considered taboo in society. Tokoyami had maintained a mysterious demeanor throughout his questioning, which seemed to align with his usual behavior. The report indicated that the focus would be on 𝐼𝐬 and Mineta, as they appeared to be the most likely candidates behind the recent attack. The reasoning behind UA's suspicion of a student rather than a random civilian stemmed from the previous villain attack at USJ, which had utilized information from Nizu's office. This time, the protagonist had again targeted the first years, establishing a clear connection between the two attacks and making it logical to suspect a traitor within Class 1A. While UA was correct about the class, they were far from identifying the actual traitor, and the protagonist had no intention of revealing their identity anytime soon. Continuing to sift through the files, the protagonist searched for anything that could be useful for the next attack. Most of the documents contained hypothetical plans devised by Nizu to catch the traitor. Opening various browsers and websites related to hero agencies, the protagonist began to explore internship opportunities. One particular agency caught their attention, the Office of 𝐼𝐻𝐬, a retired hero and mentor to 𝐼𝐻𝐬. The protagonist suspected there was a secret behind 𝐼𝐻𝐬's quirk and was determined to uncover it to use against him and the heroes. Filling out the internship application form taken from Aizawa's desk, the protagonist aimed to submit it as soon as possible to secure the internship with 𝐼𝐻𝐬. They were unlikely to receive offers from larger, more renowned hero agencies like Endeavors or Ryukyu's. Stepping back into the kitchen, the protagonist was startled to find food in the fridge, a reminder of the groceries ordered for 𝗟𝗏. Realizing 𝗟𝗏 had likely organized them, they opened the freezer, grabbed some ice, and filled a cup with water before taking a sip. 𝗟𝗏 was asleep on the couch, and Shigaraki was busy gaming in his room. Returning to their own room, the protagonist placed the cup on the desk and began planning the next attack during Class 1A's internships. The following day at school, Izuku submitted his internship form to Aizawa, who examined it with a puzzled expression before looking back at him. Aizawa inquired if Izuku had already chosen his internship without waiting for requests from the agencies. Izuku confirmed that he was determined to intern with 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Aizawa, still unsure, asked if Izuku was certain about his decision, warning him not to act impulsively. Izuku reassured him that he was confident in his choice. Izuku suspected that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 might have valuable information, which motivated his decision. Aizawa accepted the form and instructed Izuku to take his seat as classmates began to filter into the classroom. When Mineta and 𝐼𝐬 entered, Aizawa scrutinized them closely. Izuku noticed something unusual about Mineta's shadow, realizing it was likely a means of monitoring him. He then turned his attention to 𝐼𝐬, who initially appeared normal until Izuku spotted silver streaks in his hair. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were tiny pieces of metal, likely cameras and microphones used for surveillance. Remembering his earlier conversation with 𝗟𝗏 about 𝐼𝐬's suspected ties to the League of Villains, Izuku felt compelled to protect him. As he returned to his seat, He paused by 𝐼𝐬𝐬's desk. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 looked up, puzzled, as Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder and offered a friendly greeting, checking on him after the recent incident at USG. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 expressed his gratitude for Izuku's bravery during the attack. Izuku squeezed 𝐼𝐬𝐬's shoulder and subtly indicated they should step outside for a private conversation. 𝐼𝐬𝐬, slightly apprehensive, followed him outside. Before they left, Izuku leaned in closer, causing 𝐼𝐬𝐬 to flinch, and pretended to brush something from his hair to ensure he wasn't being monitored. As they walked down the stairs, Izuku mentioned they shared similar hobbies. 𝐼𝐬𝐬, surprised, stuttered in response. Izuku continued, saying he enjoyed cooking, hinting at their shared interests. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 admitted he preferred cooking with others who guided him. Izuku agreed, emphasizing the importance of following recipes to avoid disastrous results, which made 𝐼𝐬𝐬 nod in agreement. Izuku expressed relief at forming a friendship, as he had worried about fitting in at UA. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 echoed his sentiment, and they both felt optimistic about their budding friendship. Izuku then invited 𝐼𝐬𝐬 to hang out after school, to which 𝐼𝐬𝐬 readily agreed. As the school day progressed, Aizawa reminded everyone to consider their internship choices carefully, particularly directing his comments at Izuku, who chose to ignore the lecture. When the final bell rang, Izuku waited outside the UA gate for 𝐼𝐬𝐬, spotting him from a distance due to his distinctive blonde hair. He called 𝐼𝐬𝐬 over, who approached with a more subdued demeanor. A quick glance around ensured that no one was following them, and a thorough check of 𝐼𝐬𝐬's body revealed no new trackers or cameras. The thought of cooking came to mind, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 shot a sideways glance, clearly skeptical. The narrator explained that cooking was a personal activity for them, one that was more enjoyable with others present for moral support, though they preferred not to have unwanted eyes watching. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 seemed puzzled, but a gesture toward a street camera made his eyes widen in understanding. He quickly agreed that he wouldn't want random people watching him either. They decided to take a different route to the metro, with the narrator leading 𝐼𝐬𝐬 down a new street. Their destination was Satsuki, the tech expert of the League of Villains. With her ability to manipulate machinery just by touching it, the narrator wanted her to check 𝐼𝐬𝐬 for any remaining surveillance devices. Upon arriving, a tired voice greeted them from behind the door after a knock. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 fidgeted beside the narrator, prompting a laugh. The narrator introduced the need for assistance, and Satsuki, slightly annoyed, opened the door. She was a 20-year-old with tired eyes and long black hair, dressed casually. After letting them in, the narrator pointed at 𝐼𝐬𝐬, prompting Satsuki to scan him quickly. The narrator wrote a note requesting her to scan 𝐼𝐬𝐬. Satsuki nodded in understanding, placing her hands on 𝐼𝐬𝐬's arm, closing her eyes in concentration. After a moment, she confirmed that he was clear of any devices, allowing them to speak freely. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 sighed in relief, and Satsuki turned to the narrator, indicating it was time for them to leave. The narrator smirked, teasing her about her hosting skills before leading 𝐼𝐬𝐬 back to their apartment for a shower and a change of clothes. They planned to dispose of 𝐼𝐬𝐬's current outfit to ensure safety. After taking the metro back and walking the short distance to the apartment, they found Shigaraki in his room. 𝐾𝐬 recognized 𝐼𝐬𝐬 immediately and was informed that he needed to shower first due to ongoing surveillance from UA. 𝐾𝐬 directed 𝐼𝐬𝐬 to the bathroom and returned with a pile of clothes, which the narrator took outside to burn. Once 𝐼𝐬𝐬 finished his shower, 𝐾𝐬 called him to the kitchen. The two seemed familiar with each other, saving the narrator from making introductions. With a calm smile, the narrator expressed a longing to dive into their next plan, prompting 𝐼𝐬𝐬's confusion. The narrator's grin widened as they prepared to explain everything from the beginning.